Myaamiaki. I know that the program says 9 o'clock, but obviously people are still trickling in, so we'll get started here in the next 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and start working our way towards our seats so we can get started. Oche. Oche. Machikal tutawe. Machikal tutawe. Machikal tutawe. See, you all quieted down. You knew exactly what I said, didn't you? Well, ayacheki. Nugi ka kikwe, huaha mendita kolalaka koke cheki. Achamache wiakate heikwe meluchame kishkake. Kenwalanisia wenzu ane. Uaha mekimoyane Myaamia mission niponda kaningi Myaamia nipayona kaningi. Greetings, everyone. Welcome you all here today. Hope you're enjoying some of the spring weather. It was supposed to rain all week, and they were wrong every day, so hopefully that'll be the case today, right? My name is Daryl Baldwin, and I work here at Miami University and the Myaamia Center. I want to welcome you first to Myaamiaki, the homelands of the Miami people, of which we share this homeland with our elder brothers, the Shawnee. Greetings and welcome everyone to the 11th biennial Myaamiaki Conference. I currently serve my community as Executive Director of the Myaamia Center here at Miami University, and I'll be your host today. This year's conference is special because we're celebrating 25 years of the Myaamia Center. It's a nice time to reflect on all the changes along the way and allow us to present to you our latest efforts in Myaamia language and cultural revitalization. Before we actually begin our program, I'd like to ask some of our singers to come up and welcome you with a song. The song that the group is going to welcome us with today was written in the era of revitalization to praise the importance of our homelands for our people. We often sing to welcome guests into our homelands. If you're not familiar with our language, we hope that you'll enjoy the beauty of the sound of Myaamiaki. That's the name we use to refer to our language. And let your mind drift to think about the beautiful rivers, hills, forest of Myaamiaki. Nujongi sipiongi, wapangi akamiongi, nehe wapashiki sipiongi. Those are the names of the places that are still near and dear to our hearts. So I can call the singers on up. And one of the singers is Miss Sophie Olds. She is one of an elected position. We have younger folks that get elected into what we call akamansa, or young leadership positions. And so Sophie Olds has been elected by our community to represent our tribe. Oftentimes in Oklahoma, we call these tribal princesses, but in our language, we call them akamansa, which is a young ambassador or a young leader. Missionewe ewe melakakoke. Eke nakamone. It's a beautiful song. Before we begin, I'd like to first introduce some elected tribal leaders that we have here in the audience today. From the Myaami tribe of Oklahoma, we have Chief Doug Lankford. Second Chief Dustin Olds. Secretary Treasurer Donya Williams. Our first councilperson, Tara Hatley, was not able to join us today, but we have here also second councilperson, Nate Poyfair. Nate is also an alumni of Miami University and a graduate of our program, so we're very happy to have him join our leadership roles. We also have present here our close relatives from the Peoria tribe of Indians of Oklahoma, Chief Rosanna Dobbs. And First Councilman Nick Hargrove. Are you here, Nick? We also have Vice Chairman Patrick Burt of the Washoe Tribe Council of Nevada and California. And Patrick, are you here somewhere in the audience? He might not have joined us yet. He'll be joining us in a little bit. Chairman Byrd is here participating in our National Breath of Life gathering, which you'll hear more about as one of our panel is dedicated on that topic. Tribal leaders are considered our heads of state and responsible for maintaining the viability of our sovereign tribal nations. They hold very important and difficult leadership positions, and so we're grateful for your attendance today. For those of you here today that are new to the work of the Myaamia Center, we exist to support the Myaami tribe of Oklahoma with research and educational development initiatives that are needed to advance language and cultural learning within the Myaami tribe community. This work is intergenerational and important in preserving the identity of our nation and thus our future. For the Myaami tribe, this work happens within the context of a 54-year relationship the Myaami tribe has with Miami University. This unique partnership has allowed us to grow this effort in ways that have significantly impacted our tribal nation. What makes the Myaamia Center unique is that it is directed by the Miami tribe with the sole purpose of responding to language and cultural educational needs. As part of our commitment, being in partnership with Miami University, we welcome opportunities to share that work across campus. To that end, we support faculty, staff, and students who are interested in learning from our work. You'll see broad topics among this interdisciplinary team, and that is no accident. It takes many talents and sources of knowledge to preserve and perpetuate our Myaamia ways of knowing and being. We are honored to do this work not only for our relatives, but in the context of this important and unique relationship we have with Miami University, located in our ancestral homelands. We hope you will follow us through the year as we celebrate this milestone in our development. So today, we are also live streaming this event, as we have the last couple of times, and we currently have 341 individuals that have registered to be here and present in physical form, not virtually, And some of those will be students, so they'll be kind of coming in and out, but we've been averaging right around 300. We also have 65 people who have registered to watch virtually, giving us just over 400 participants. Of that group, there are 30 tribal nations represented and 24 different universities. So we're really happy to have that kind of an impact and to be able to share broadly the work that we do. In terms of some logistics, everybody, I hope, has found that the restrooms are that way. That's the important part. You'll notice that there are tables around. We tend to have the artist tables over here. I certainly encourage you during breaks and when you have time to visit those tables. I'm sure our artists would really appreciate your attention over there. And then over here we have some more information tables. And one of the things that's been important for us is, you know, we've grown a lot over the years. And when I came here in 2001, I was the only staff member. There were 12 tribal students on campus, and I only had 3 years of guaranteed funding. So here we are today, 25 years later. The Myaamia Center has 26 full and part-time staff. We have 46 tribal students on campus this year. And the relationship between the tribe and university has never been stronger. We are in an excellent position to make the next step. And it seems like about every 5 or so years we go through a growth spurt. I'll call it a growth spurt. And we're in the middle of one right now. So Bonham House, which is over on Oak and Spring, corner of Oak and Spring, has been a wonderful home for us. It was built in the 1800s. It's an old presidential home, but we are literally busting at the seams. And of course, there's no handicapped accessibilities and other things, so that building really needs a major upgrade. So we've been working with advancement here on campus, also the president's office, to expand and renovate Bonham House over the next couple of years. We're in the fundraising stage of that right now, and so there are opportunities to support this work through that. I believe we have a table set up over there in the back. So that's where Stella's at, waving at you. If you want more information, we do have naming opportunities for rooms, and we would really appreciate any support that you can give us. This is an important milestone for us, and the next few years are going to be really significant in our growth. So to that end, I'm going to go ahead and try to get us on schedule. Yep, looking pretty good. So every year we sit down and we kind of scan all of the activities that happen in the center, and we think, okay, what should we pull out that would be interested to show to our audience this year? We have a lot of projects that are bubbling in the background, and sometimes it'll take a year to maybe 3 years before they mature enough that we feel confident in sharing those. And we also just have a lot of other activity. More and more we have individuals that are visiting the center, visiting scholars that sometimes will be with us for a year or more, engaging with us. And so the center has kind of become a hub of training, of sharing, of really what I consider to be indigenous innovation. That's the phrase that comes to my mind when I think of what goes on there. And so for this year, we've kind of selected some things. Some of these are more matured projects, others are kind of new projects, but I think it's okay to go ahead and show them. I've learned over the years that when we're dealing, especially with technology, that it sometimes takes 2-3 years for a project to really feel like it's getting gelled enough where it can become something really real. So there's a tremendous amount of effort that goes into not only creating these projects, but then of course maintaining them. You don't want to create something you can't maintain. So, and you also don't want to create something that doesn't serve the community or do what it's intended to do. So we're constantly evaluating the work that we do to make sure that it is meeting the goals of the tribe. To that end, I think I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker, Dr. Cameron Shriver, who's known to many of us here. He's a research associate in the Myaamia Center. Cam is a trained historian. He's been with us for several years now. And they just finished publishing with Bobby Burke. Bobby, are you here somewhere? Everybody knows Bobby. Hiya, Bobby. Bobby retired a few years ago, but Bobby has been really central to helping build this relationship, especially on the student side of things. Most of our families that have come through here know Bobby very well. And her and Cam got together and they decided to go ahead and publish a publication on the history of the tribe-university relationship. So I think that if you want copies of that publication, it's now out. Cam, maybe you can mention a way to get that to them. So, but for today, Cam is going to talk about the future of tribe-university relationships. This relationship is unique, I think you'll find, and we're very fortunate to be here and to share with you. Shaingo Kila.
Break.
Yep, lunch break already.
Weehsininki. You ever create the title of a talk and then forget that you actually have to write what you said you were going to talk about? That's where we're at. So I don't know the answer to this question, but we'll give it a shot. I forgot kind of that I'm not a prophet. I'm just a historian. And when I began to kind of under the gun assemble a kind of what I hope is a coherent answer to this outlandish question, I started with a pretty pessimistic view, I think, of where attitudes and technologies are leading us, but then my training took over. And by that I mean, I'm a historian, I want to think long-term about these issues. And secondly, it kind of occurred to me recently that in my context, in the Myaamia community, among Myaamia intellectuals, of which I'm not one, but I'm around them all the time, it's very strengths-based, it's quite optimistic, it's not deficits-based. It doesn't dwell on some of what we as academics like to dwell on, which can be sometimes focused on problems, and that's also really useful, but those are kind of the inclinations that came over me. So today, I want to think about language and translating, and this guy, David Saxon, Professor Saxon, helps us think about that. Some of us in academia need to learn how other people speak, and I think that's literal in terms of like indigenous languages, but also metaphorical. You know, academics have a certain way of speaking that's not how other humans speak, and I think that's true in Indian country as well, and that's fine. So let's use that kind of the metaphor as our through line. I'll be a bit metaphorical today, translating in order to move between the past and the future, between academia and Indian country. And I'll start with history. After all, that's what I do. But I'll try to live up to the promise of telling you something about where this seems to be going. So in some ways, I'm translating actually the implications, the larger implications in this book that Bobby and I wrote called Our People Believe in Education. And lately, I've been thinking with many others about technology and language. And so in the Myaami language, Myaamiaki, a computer is called Kinde Linda Kane, and that's a tool for thinking quickly. And we all know that's not always the best strategy. Thinking quickly can get us into trouble. A book is a different technology. It's a tool for thinking deliberately. And it's a useful technology to sustain an argument and think through something a bit slower. And so I hope that that's useful. That said, I wrote this a long time ago, and I couldn't really remember what we put in it, so I asked AI to do the thinking for me. I thought quickly, or AI did it, the robot did it for me. And so this book, it does explain how and why an alliance developed between a Native American nation and an American public university. And it puts that history in the context of Native and educational studies. In other words, there's a literature to this. The purpose of the alliance today, just to be clear, is education and cultural reclamation, as directed by and for Myaamiaki. In other words, education in the present is a response to education in the past. That's the basic argument. And the book maps kind of how we got here, almost to this room. And then, I'm a human, I couldn't help myself, so I thought, well, robot, is it good? Like, did it work? And it started kind of lying to my face. I mean, there's only promotional material out there, and so it was just pulling like all this like glowing stuff. And it's definitely not heartwarming. I mean, I don't know. And I looked, and that actually came from Kelly, who made a Facebook comment, and you didn't call the book heartwarming, which is fine, I can take that. But it was heartwarming to you, Kelly, that your tribe had worked so hard to make the relationship work and beneficial. And so that's what was, so anyways, I understand why people can become like best friends with robots now, because this is pumping me up quite a bit. Us, if I say I. So my thinking comes from a lot of places, but I think the messiness of this corridor is a fitting metaphor. Bobby Burke basically collected all the stuff that went into this relationship for the last century. And from this, the backbone of the narrative was formed out of the primary sources. You can see graduating students on the wall on the left. You can see preparations for this conference on the right. You can see that Gretchen is apparently never in her office. I don't know where she is. I'm just kidding. We try to bring some coherence to this image. We can think of, I think, 4 big conversations worth having about this relationship between higher education and Indian country, at least in the context of the Miami-Miami relationship. Today I want to focus on 2, which is kind of the land-based fiduciary relationship between schools and native nations. That is the acquisition of capital among first world universities like this one, and how that impacts educational work today, like language revitalization. And then from that, skipping a few conversations, how or why an alliance could be forged actually despite that history. Let's begin with the land. We're on Treaty of Greenville territory right now, in jurisdiction that was relinquished by a dozen nations to the new settler sovereign. I'm talking Miamis, but also Shawnees, Wyandots, some Anishinaabe groups, Potawatomis that are in the room. And that was in 1795. And 1809 is when MU was founded. So this treaty created new relations. The US developed the treaty as a technology to separate Native folks from their territories, and in turn to sell their territories to US citizen settlers. And the land, I want to emphasize this, the land was going to pay for all kinds of public services for Americans. Things like public schools and universities too. In this bargain, the US promised to pay yearly payments to Native nations, and those are called annuities. They're paid yearly. Of course, colonization then continued and continues. Beginning in 1796 and continuing, the US has used a portfolio of financial instruments as tools of colonization. So almost from the start, the US has served as a trustee of native wealth. And I don't just mean that in the sense of the trustee of trust land, of reservation lands, but literally trust funds that the US then could invest in various projects. So this system, whereby native land is expropriated for the use of the colonizing nation, and then the return is a trust fund that can be used to finance the same colonizing nation. So in a metaphor, land is the motor of American development. And for example, and many of you are probably aware of this map from Margaret Pierce, work on Land Grab U. This includes land sales to generate principal and land rents to generate revenues for universities. And the book goes into maybe excruciating detail about how that system worked here at Miami University before the Morrill Land Grant. So Miami is not represented on this map, but fits into the picture. So this land's generated revenue for universities. In other words, Native nations are and have been investors in the United States at the federal and state levels, including all aspects of education since the beginning of the country. Let's get into an example that's not in the book. For example, in 1854, the Miamis consent to privatize their reservation in Kansas into individual allotments, relinquishing something like 80% of the nation's land to US dominion. In return, the Miami Nation received a small suite of promises, including that $50,000 would be invested on their behalf by their trustee, great father, president, to accrue interest to be used for educational purposes. This is a common, but I think understudied aspect of our shared history, everyone in this room. Why would the Miami sign this? This colonialism by contract was a system chosen by the colonizers, that's the United States. And I take a lot of direction from the thinker Scott Richard Lyons, who tells us that these agreements are, he says, contaminated, coerced signs of consent in conditions that are not of one's making. Very useful here. It's power and lack of power. An X mark is a decision one makes when something has already been decided for you, but it's still a decision. And I want us to pay attention because there's always the possibility in X marks that there could be unintended results down the line. It's always possible that an X mark could result in something good. Why else, we must ask, would someone bother to make it? So, the Miamis assented to this 1854 deal with very little wiggle room in the negotiation, signing their X marks there at the Miami Village on the Kansas Reservation. This is before another removal to Oklahoma, Indian Territory. To get into the weeds a bit, the Miamis, of course, this is a coerced contract, little power, but the lead negotiator, the elected chief, Myaamia, he's called Big Leg or Big Legs here, he did push back. Like, this is consistent. Miami people are pushing back on coercion. Here we see him demanding money. This is treaty-guaranteed money from previous treaties in Indiana to fund a local school on the reserve, consistent, like all the time, asking, like, where's the money that came from the land that should fund our local school? In the context of this fiduciary relationship between the U.S. on the one hand and the Miami Nation on the other, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs wanted to end the Miami annuity after a period of years. Newalingwanga here says their party don't want it that way. They want the annuity forever. And in a very telling turn of events, this is kind of consistent, I'm using it as an example of a larger theme, Commissioner Moneypenny it is, responded saying to his face that your annuity dies with the extinction of your tribe. Of course, if the tribe no longer existed, then the U.S. would no longer be a colonizer. The relationship would have ended. And the U.S., that would solve really one of the largest problems that the U.S. has had since 1776, which is the continued existence of Native nations. Without going too far into the details, notice that the commissioner kind of dissembles and returns, let's get back to the land. Let's talk about the land. How about the land? So land, like the motor for American state and institutions like schools, I want to point out that these trust funds were part of the federal government's sources of investment. So I picked out some samples. Here we see the Confederated Peorias and the Menominees as investors or bondholders and lenders to states and the federal debt, so state and federal governments. The Miami Trust Fund sat relatively untouched. So the Miamis had money just sitting in the Treasury, but it drew interest in the U.S. Treasury for some undetermined number of years. I'm not sure what happened to this trust fund. It's a huge slush fund, the land. To recap so far, there's this long-standing and still existing both general and specific relationship between dispossession and our American educational landscape. Occurred to me this morning that it's kind of cliche to use Nelson Mandela in a presentation, but he used a different metaphor at the APS some time ago. Education is a weapon. And weapons, it seems to me, can be used for a whole range of purposes. So let's turn to educational technologies. There's this settler colonial habit, let's call it, in places like the US or Canada or Australia or New Zealand of trying to engineer the disappearance of Native people as Native people. Here, here and on the slide in 1814, James McBride is kind of the primary booster of early Miami University. He saw a future where Native folks disappeared and this university took your place. In other words, the Miami University would replace the Miami people, according to his view, and this would be a cause of celebration. I think his imagination in 1814 could not have imagined this. That was not part of his future. To take a quote and turn it into a picture, many of you have seen this. John Gass' American Progress tells 1,000 words. It tells us about this type of colonialism. And when I use this in class, I ask my students, what do you see here? And we kind of can digest it as a primary source. For our conversation today, what is Columbia, the symbol of America, holding? SKU book. And we sit within, I won't make too much of this, but we sit within sight of where the most famous American school books were actually concocted by this guy named William Holmes McGuffey, who's a Miami professor in the 1820s and 30s. In other words, I would suspect that this is a McGuffey school book, because that is the school book, if you think of a school book for John Gass. These became standard curriculum in BIA-funded schools, and I could never find a Miami person talking explicitly about McGuffey, so I went to the next best thing, which is a Peoria person in the Peoria school right there talking about learning from McGuffey readers. Let's turn to other books. The book that Bobby and I put together sits kind of between the history of education on the one hand and theories of educational and indigenous futures on the other. So what we're talking about today, I want to make this point before going on to the next slide. What I think this relationship is not decolonizing the university. I think that's not what's happening. Instead, and decolonizing is a buzzword, let's say Miamifying the university. Instead, it's using the university to Miamify Miami people. The way that LePaperson put it is that Myaamiaki are using a university to aid in indigenizing work. They aren't Miamifying Miami, they're using Myaamia to aid in Myaamia reclamation. And LePaperson calls people, if you ever look at a book and it's by a lowercase LePaperson and there's nothing on the cover, you're in for a slow read. You got to figure out what he's talking about, she is talking about in this case. LePaperson calls, so go with me, LePaperson calls people who do this kind of work cyborgs. Someone who takes the colonial apparatus and re-engineers them for decolonization, or kind of like a mechanic retooling the academy for indigenous futures. Now, LePaperson bases this these useful thoughts on queer, black, third world liberation, femtech theorists. Cyborgs disassemble the university machine from the inside and reassemble it for indigenous, or let's say Miamification purposes. There are clear strains of this kind of thinking in Myaamia philosophy, even though I don't think that Chief Leonard would have, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't have been like femtech cyborg theorists probably, but there is some of that. It makes sense to me. It's not, so this kind of pragmatic philosophy, let's say, does use a set of metaphors, and they're just not cyborg. They're nahe metasenewingi, tending that fire, weaving things together, picking up the threads, Šaapohkaayoni, people that are change makers, planting seeds, and gardeners, and so forth. That's what these cyborgs are, perhaps. Mildred Walker here talking about her experience in Seneca Indian School in Oklahoma, circumventing the system. So conversations about these relationships often use metaphors. Cyborgs, X marks, less metaphorical, more explicit, adaptive resistance, which I think is very useful, from Ben Secunda talking about Potawatomi, change over time. A really useful legal concept from Hopi legal thought from Richland and Šaapohkaayoni. I practiced that, actually. Cooperation without submission, which I see happening in Ottawa County as well. But with clear, if I'm being kind of optimistic, I want to also call out that there are clear cautions. For example, Kashahanikyu calls attention to grafting, another metaphor, which is that institutions will only accept perspectives as long as they don't challenge the status quo. A university will graft Myaamia stuff, accepting it as part of the school, but reject Myaamia education that isn't consistent with, let's say, capitalist ways of knowing or settler ways of knowing. To put this in different terms, maybe the key to harnessing the power of the university is not letting the university harness you instead. Coming towards the close, let's look at what this actually looks like here and now. This Venn diagram of these giant institutions that's a Native American tribe and an American public university. Let's zoom into the zone of the cyborgs. The key shared realms are, on the ground, are tuition waivers for Myaamiaki, the joint sustenance capital of the Myaamia Center and its human and financial resources, and the agreement that protects Myaamia cultural property and patrimony. Think of, and we use this in the book as well, think of an old metaphor that Myaamia and their relatives used to use of two paths, or a path, a good path, where allies promise to remove obstacles from each other's path. Kind of, I'll remove the stumps and the branches in your way so that you can go on a good road and we can see each other clearly. To remove obstacles from each other's path in a good way. So the MHL is the common icon that represents, it's a metaphor of these very real commitments. Another tool or machine, a real effect of this is something like ILDA, which is created kind of in a community context using university resources, but engineered for indigenous futures. The Indigenous Languages Database Archive, ILDA. So, cultural revitalization doesn't grow out of a university. Education maybe doesn't stem from a school always, but schools can be made to support tribal initiatives with a bit of tinkering, or maybe a lot of tinkering, and maybe some capital investment as well. And if we do the accounting, I think we'll see that Native nations have already paid into the system for 2 centuries. So the Miami communities have harnessed the power of this university to help pull this thing called cultural revitalization as done and directed by Myaamiaki. It's still very much a question of, if this is a healthy relationship, what makes it more healthy? What does a healthy relationship look in 50 years, or 100 years, or 200 years, maybe when the university no longer exists? I think of this thing, this Myaamia Center, this thing that we're doing, as kind of a Myaamia tribal college. It's a think tank, it's an incubator. It's also kind of a seed bank. It's a form of soft power that's been launched into the heritage homelands that then kind of spreads Myaamia ideas, or at least Myaamia awareness, into the communities around here. I get a lot out of this photo. Thank goodness Karen took this, and thank goodness Brandon was wearing this shirt. This is at MTO at Miami Tribe headquarters, as far as I can tell, with the lacrosse stick there. Strong, resilient Myaamia, but also I notice, and I want to point this out, the boy wearing a Miami University shirt. That Miami University is just part of the wallpaper in Myaamia. So schools are equipped to aid revitalization. If non-transmission was, and community ill health, which is a larger, maybe, byproduct, resulted from generations of investment in policy and labor, then the recovery will require investment, policy, and labor, long term. Or, as Toni Morrison said, another cliche, we speak, we write, we do language. Kind of a nonsensical but awesome way of putting it. Missionawi.
Well, weehsininki. I always enjoy these presentations. It makes me think of things in different ways, in different contexts, but I couldn't help sitting there thinking to myself that, you know, back in the early 1800s, the Quakers visited our country to help us establish a school. It didn't really work. And of course, we were removed to the unorganized territory in 1846, and our tribal leaders at that time struggled to get funding to establish a school, and that didn't happen. And so all along the way, we've been trying to grab hold of our responsibility to educate our youth. Of course, the boarding schools we attempted to use, and as tribal leaders said, it destroyed the minds of our children. And so here we are in this generation trying to grab a hold of this relationship and saying, will this work? And so far it's been good. So you have to keep trying, you have to be persistent, and that becomes really important. So our next speaker is Dr. Madison Bastris, and she's the director of the McNichol Center at Newberry Library in Chicago. And her title of her talk is How Visiting Scholarship Changed My Approach to Research. And the staff at the Myaamia Center first met Dr. Madison Bastris through the Reclaiming Stories Project, a collaborative effort to revitalize the practice of hide painting, which is a form of storytelling. At that time, Dr. Bastris was seeking a dissertation project, and with the recommendation and support of her advisor and our Peoria relative and colleague, Dr. Elizabeth Ellis, Madison connected with the Myaamia Center to undertake a study of Myaamia ecological relationships and placemaking in the 17th century. Dr. Bastris was interested in working as a community-engaged scholar and wanted to make appropriate use of language and culture in her work. We were lucky enough to have Madison come to Oxford and take up visiting scholar position in the center for 2 years. Her dissertation, and hopefully a future publication, stands as a testament to the value of community-engaged scholarship. So welcome, Dr. Bastris.
It's great to be with you all today. Newe Daryl for that introduction. I'd like to do 4 things with this time that I have with you today. I'd like to introduce myself in a bit of a longer form so that you have some understanding of how I came to this work. I want to talk a little bit more about Dingue. You've heard a lot about that if you've come to previous conferences, and Cam mentioned it as well, the relationship between the Miami tribe of Oklahoma and the university here. I then want to go into some of what visiting means and think a little bit deeper about what visiting scholarship is. And then we'll talk a little bit about how both of those things have impacted my dissertation research. And then we'll go into a little bit about how these experiences at the Myaamia Center and at Miami University have impacted my work at the Newberry Library currently. So I'm Madison Bastris. I'm a non-native historian. I came to this work primarily through my historical training. And as Daryl mentioned, I started working on the Reclaiming Stories project, but to get to that point, I wanted to talk a little bit about how I came to this field of work in general. And part of that work came from interests in mapping. And I had learned about the Public Land Survey System, which was a survey system that the United States still uses. It came out of the Northwest Ordinance in 1784. And it set up a process of taking land out of relationship through parceling. And I had learned a lot about that method, that system, but what I was interested in was the relationships that predated that system, and what were the relationships that system sought to dissolve or to break up. And in order to do that work, I needed to talk to community, and so it was at that point that I sought out somebody who could help me talk to community. And that's when I found Liz Ellis as a mentor, and Liz helped me on this journey. And I pause here to talk about the importance of having a good mentor for community engaged scholarship. It's really helpful to have people who have done this work in order to lead you on this way. And throughout this process, I've had many of these types of teachers. And that's part of the work that we try to do at the Newberry Library as well. And so Liz was fundamental in helping me figure out, what steps I needed to take. Was this project something that was going to be useful to community? How did I start those conversations? And I got into that work by working on the Reclaiming Stories project. And as Daryl mentioned, that was a partnership between the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma and the Peoria Tribe of Indians of Oklahoma. And it was through that process that I began doing some participatory work, some engaged work, and I met a number of the folks that I then worked with later at the Myaamia Center. And so it was not until I began having conversations with the Myaamia Center, I gave a proposal, and I had read, many of you may be aware of the book Replanting Cultures. And I had read George and Bobby's work about Nipawandingi. I had read Cam's work about community engaged scholarship as a young scholar in the field. But it was one thing to know about these things and another to practice it. And so when I got to the Myaamia Center, Stella, who is the communications specialist at the Myaamia Center, asked me a question in the process of creating an introductory blog post. And this is how many of you may have met me for the first time, was in this blog. And Stella asked me a question: what are you doing at the Myaamia Center? It's a simple question, it's a fundamental question, but I was surprised how much I struggled to answer it. I had only been there for about a month, and I had done many things, and at first I took the question somewhat literally. What was I doing there? I was attending classes, I was listening to people share their research, I was attending meetings, I was visiting with folks, but what was the purpose? Why was I there? And it took a little bit of time, but I didn't have the language for it at that moment. But what I realized was that the answer was Nipawandingi. I was becoming a partner in learning. And as I spent more time here, I realized that my relationship as a visiting scholar couldn't be separated from this relationship between the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma and Miami University, and that I was really becoming enmeshed within that partnership. And as we stand here in the 25th anniversary of the center, I realized that coming as a visiting scholar really meant engaging in that relationship and figuring out what that meant for me. One of the first questions that George asked me when I came was to think deeply about what this meant for me to come and do this work. And so I've thought about that deeply, and I still don't have all the answers. But what I have learned is that doing this work in partnership is a long relationship. It takes a lot of time. And the first year that I was here, I realized that I mostly spent that time learning how to ask questions. I hadn't come fully prepared to do the work. And at first, as an academic, that felt a little bit unnerving. I think in academia, we are often told that we need to come prepared to share things, to already have answers when we arrive. And when I came to the Myaamia Center, I had a conversation with Daryl and Kara and George, and they gave me a gift that I'm still grateful for, which was trust that I would have something to share eventually, and that I didn't need to come with all of the answers right away. And so I embraced that, and for the first time in my academic career, I didn't feel behind, which is in and of itself a gift, because we often, as Cam said, we often move too quickly. And when we move too quickly, we're not paying attention to those relationships that need our care. And so this rest of the presentation will focus mostly on method. I'm not going to get too deeply into the actual research that I've done for my dissertation, but I encourage you to be in contact with me, come visit with me. We have a table here today, or to email me or find me at community events and have a deeper conversation. And I'm looking forward to sharing a lot of that research with you in the future. But for today, we'll talk a little bit about how this process has informed my research. So back to Stella's question, what are you doing at the Myaamia Center? The answer was many things. I took courses in Myaamia. I learned 2 Myaamia Achamuna historical narratives with Myaamia students and Myaamia Center staff. I attended heritage class and learned from and with Myaamia students. And I had multiple conversations with Miami University and Myaamia Center folks, as well as people at community events in Oxford, in Fort Wayne, and in Oklahoma. And during this time, I realized that it was one thing to be aware of all of these relationships and to be in practice with them, but it was another thing to fully engage and to take part in them. And so as I became aware of these relationships more deeply and took time to learn, I found that being a partner in learning for me meant thinking more deeply about what it meant to be a visiting scholar. So I'll talk a little bit about visiting. So we'll zoom out for a minute out of the context of the Myaamia Center and think more broadly about what people have thought about visiting in Native American Indigenous studies. So this is from a co-edited article called Visiting as an Indigenous Feminist Practice. And those thinkers chose to think about visiting in the context of their own communities in multiple ways. And one of the things that they came away with was that visiting takes place through practices of being together, through that intentionality that Cam mentioned, but it also takes place in the in-between times. So all of those things that I just mentioned, learning Myaamia in classes, taking time and having conversations with people, those are all things that happened sort of as official, I took a class. But a lot of the learning that I did was not so regimented or scheduled. It was the visiting in between events or visiting after class with folks that really helped me understand some of the things that are less tangible. And I think that's the hardest part of explaining sort of what visiting means, is because it is a long process that is not any one prescriptive thing. So the idea today is not to share a specific way that visiting needs to happen or should happen, but to add to the conversations around community engaged scholarship and what that means. So here are two more quotes from that same article. We don't seek to tell the whole story. Visiting practices are informed by the context in which they take place. And so visiting scholarship can run from brief consultations to long-term partnerships. And there's not one way that's right, but there are certain ways that lend themselves well to certain projects. And for my project at this time, I needed multiple years to be able to actually fully understand the materials and to benefit from all of the things that I had to learn at the Myaamia Center. There was so much to learn that I needed that extra time, not just to become aware of resources, but to learn how to use them in my research and to take the time to figure out what that interpretive model looks like for me. So one of the most important parts of visiting here in this place was visiting in shared Myaamia Shawnee homelands and being in Myaamia places. And so all of this learning, language learning, learning with community happened in Myaamionge. And those relationships to place were essential to actually understanding some of the research that I was doing. I'm trained as a historian, and my research project was focused on Myaamia ecological relations in the 17th century. And so contemporary relationships with between Myaamia people and their homelands were essential to understanding that earlier period. And this contemporary relationship informed my ways of thinking about some of the research questions that I had about how people maintain relationships with place. And that's something that is continuing today. And so understanding the ways that Myaami people have maintained those relationships deeply informed that earlier period. And so as we think about some of the contemporary contexts, it's important to think about how revitalization impacts research. And we often think about the archival process that's necessary and drives revitalization. So that careful archival work that many of you are engaged with your own communities here at the Myaamia Center that helps situate the revitalization of current practices within those that are connected to the past. What I've realized as well is that ongoing revitalization practices also help me think about what questions to ask the archive. And when we think about connections between past and present, some of these contemporary revitalization processes lead to some really interesting questions. So here, in the last slide, you saw a picture of Jared Nally and I harvesting wild grapes. And these particular wild grapes actually grow best in the culvert next to the Taco Bell. And that brings me to something that George mentions in his thesis from the ashes, which is that sometimes we stand in a place and it's difficult to see the reverberations of the past. And for George, even as a Myaamia person and a trained historian, standing in a place, sometimes it's hard to see that place as connected to a past and present. It's hard to see that place. For George, as a Myaamia person, how is this a Myaamia place? And the answer that he had was that you have to stay there for a long time, and you have to think about it very deeply. And so being a visiting scholar allowed me to take that time to not just visit a place once, but to visit it again, and to sit with the research, and to sit in the archive, and to think about some of those things, and then revisit. And so oftentimes the things that we're finding contemporarily aren't going to look exactly like they did in the past. Sometimes the best grapes grow in the culvert next to the Taco Bell, but that doesn't make it any less of a Myaamia place. And that connection to place, I found that in the archive as well. And so sometimes some of the questions that I asked weren't specifically something that I learned in class or something that I learned in my Myaamia Twenge course, but more so made me pause and reflect. If Myaamia people are maintaining relationships with wild grapes that grow in the Taco Bell culvert in the 17th century, maybe Myaamia people were also finding ways to persist through drought, dislocation, to maintain relationships to place. And so although time and place makes those different, it also helps us to think about other possibilities. Imagine what could happen if we think about past periods of time. It opens up the possibility for different interpretations if we ask different questions of the record. And so as a historian, we're trained to sort of ask, how and why questions. But sometimes I had to pause and think about some of the assumptions that I was bringing to the record itself. Was I leaving space for some of these questions? And so participatory research helped me reframe a lot of the ways that I was engaging and led to some really different interpretations than I would have had if I hadn't paused to ask some of those questions. And this brings us to sort of a deeper dive into how visiting with Myaamia people, visiting with Myaamia Place, and the specific structure of Nepwandinge between the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma and Miami University have shaped my dissertation research. And I can't talk about that without talking about the Untitled Fellowship. So, as many of you know from previous conferences, the Untitled or Changemaker Fellowship is a fellowship that the Myaamia Center has for Native folks who want to work with the Myaamia Center on a project that benefits their community. And during my time at the Myaamia Center, there were 2 Untitled Fellows, Jared Nally, who was pursuing a master's in environmental science, and Chris Boyer pursuing a master's in fine arts in English creative writing in the nonfiction program. And I was lucky enough to share space with both of them in the Myaamia Center. We called it the Myaamia Center Graduate Room. And Chris and Jared shared with me so much of their projects, and we had a working relationship that led to direct and indirect ways of learning together. And so this was sort of a microcosm of that partnership and learning. Although we come from 3 different fields, our research interacted with each other in really generative ways. So Jared's work on revitalizing relationships with Myaamia ecology in order to think about weaving practices, what plants Myaamia people have had relationships with, and what types of continued relationships will foster that revitalization, things like finger weaving and cattail mats, helped me think about some of the ways that Myaamia women's labor helped to guide some of the decisions that Myaamia people were making in the 17th century about how they traveled, where they stayed, and what decisions they were making politically at the time. Similarly, Chris's work on storytelling and stories helped me think about Myaamiaki as a storied place and ways that connections to place endured even during periods of time when Myaamia people were in movement, in motion. So the idea that movement during periods of disruption didn't take away from Myaamiaki as a Myaamia place, and those connections are deeper than just physical location. They're storied places. They are places where people return to. They're places where people have ongoing relationships and caretaking responsibilities. So things like prescribed fires in the historical record show to me that there's this ongoing relationship between Myaamia people and their homelands throughout past periods and into the present. Whoa. So thinking about how this informed my experience in the archive, I pulled an example of a map that we actually have in the Newberry's collection. And this is a copy, a hand-drawn copy of a 1688 map by Frank Willen. And it looks like an old map, but if we look closely at the details, you'll notice a number of things. There's Miami, Illinois language on this map. There are specific riverways and connections and portages indicated. Before I was at the Myaamia Center, I may have looked at this map and thought about the importance. I would notice that this map shows Native presence. There's clearly indicators of Native place names. But after working for a long time and gaining that practice of pausing and thinking about place and about language, I noticed that the portage, the portage here where it says River of the Miamis, the French called it the River of the Miamis because Miami folks were there, and that I now know is Šaapohkaayoni, the coming out place. An important place for Myaamia people. And there are ways that this map appears much less empty after you've taken the time to understand some of these storied places and some of these relationships to place. The river that you see right below where it says Fort Chicago, that's the Kankakee, and that's a place where Myaamia people have long gathered, wetlands where Myaamia people have long gathered tubers and other plants for foods and for material making. And so all of a sudden, after you have this important period of pausing and visiting, the archival record seems much less empty. And there's many more things on this map that prompted me to ask additional questions. And so it's this process of pausing to ask questions, spending time with the materials, and then asking again. And that collaborative interpretation that happens at the Myaamia Center is something that not only made the work of a historian less lonely, but made it much more thorough and engaging. And one of the things that I want to highlight about doing historical work in the context of revitalization is that this is slow and careful work. There's much more at stake than just the historical interpretation. Some of this information that we gain from the archives it goes through the Myaamia Center's processes, from archival research to dedicated time to interpret with community and into their education for young Myaamiaki and for all the way through elders. And so the importance of doing this careful research was impressed upon me when I came to the Myaamia Center, and continues to inform the way that I think about research. You know, as historians, we're taught to do careful work because of a dedication to the archive and because of a dedication to accuracy. And that is true in community-engaged work as well, but there's this extra layer of carefulness and thoroughness and checking and rechecking and thinking collaboratively together about all of the possibilities of what the archive might tell us, because the stakes are so much higher. This is information that's going to go back into community and to shape some of the contemporary practices and contemporary relationships that the tribe seeks to make. And so for me, it's a real honor to be able to take part in a small part of that research. It also was a relief to not have to do it all myself. I remember walking into Daryl's office and I said, you know, I want to make sure as I'm starting out that I'm doing research in a way that is, you know, accessible to community. I want this to be useful research. That was important to me. And Daryl relieved my mind. He said, your job is to do careful research. There's so many folks at the center who can help take that and put that into educational resources. And so part of this collaborative work is also figuring out how I fit into that learning from each other, that partnership, because as the Myaamia Center grows, there's so many things that I've learned from, and it is really and truly interdisciplinary. And so I think that's something that in academia, the Miami University values deeply, but it's something that at the Myaamia Center is enacted in a deeper way than I have seen in any other context. And being able to work in that collaborative and interdisciplinary environment has made my dissertation not only deeper and more connected to this place and to Myaamia people, but also has helped to ask bigger and broader, better questions. The initial idea that I brought to the Myaamia Center was to think about Myaamia relationships to the landscape in the 17th, 18th century. But what it became was thinking about how people have made decisions over time, and that those questions about how Myaamia people relate to this place led me to go even deeper in time. You know, I had started in the 18th century. I went all the way back to the 17th century to think about, you know, what can we find out if we think more deeply about place and relationship. And so in the remaining time that I have, I want to go over a little bit about how this relationship at the Myaamia Center and Nippon Dinge, the relationship between the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma and Miami University has impacted how I think about my work at the Newberry Library. And I want to pause here to emphasize the fact that part of the reason why I was so thrilled by the opportunity to take this position at the Newberry is because the Newberry had existing relationships with Miami Tribe of Oklahoma, Peoria Tribe of Indians of Oklahoma, and a number of other nations who have historic relationships with Chicago, and has done extensive work to make sure that they are working, actively outreaching to Native nations to take on some of this interpretive work and to make sure that the collections at the Newberry are accessible. And so a lot of this work predates my time at the Newberry, and is one of the reasons why I was thrilled to be able to continue some of this work at the Newberry. So there are two projects that I want to talk about. One is the ongoing Indigenous Chicago Project, which was a community-led initiative that set a number of priorities, one of which was to make Chicago visible as an Indigenous place. It led to a number of modules for curriculum, an oral history project, a mapping project, and an exhibition that was at the Newberry in 2024. The Indigenous Chicago Project is ongoing, and many of the advisory members are here. So I'm thrilled to share that this is an ongoing project that we're hoping will continue into the future. In addition to the Indigenous Chicago Outreach Project, we also have a Mellon grant that was awarded in January of this year. And this new grant builds off of a planning grant that helped to start the Indigenous Chicago Project between 2020 and 2023. So this implementation grant grew out of that planning grant and is focused on increasing access and stewardship by Native nations at the Newberry Library. One of the main goals of the project is to ensure that there are community-defined access to culturally sensitive materials. It also makes sure that we have funding to do that culturally sensitive materials review work. It includes historical methods training programs. So we're in the process of doing the initial work to build those. We're working closely with other programs as well to think about what communities might need in order to access settler institutions like the Newberry. So we're deeply aware that our archive is built on materials, some of which came out of community in ways that were either improper or without consent. And so allowing for that community culturally sensitive materials review helps us to figure out how people should be accessing these materials, whether they be seasonally restricted, restricted based on times of year, restricted based on who should be seeing those materials. We have different ways of indicating those through a partnership with Local Context, which allows tribal nations to identify attach traditional knowledge labels to their materials to indicate to anyone who might be looking at those materials how they should be interacted with. And we also have additional opportunities for visiting. And so this experience visiting at the Myaamia Center has impressed upon me the importance of spending time with our partners. And so we have funding to be able to come and visit with folks and to bring people to the Newberry Library. And so if your tribal nation has collections at the Newberry and you're interested in some of this work, and we would love to hear from you, and we would love to think about what that partnership might look like and build something that is ongoing and that allows for long-term archival access and community-led archival projects. With that, I will end. Missionewe to you all for this time.
Ewe Milani. So we're going to set up for the next panel session. It'll be our last session in the morning. So if I could have our invited panelists come up. So Taja, JC, Jessica, Sitlali, and Darcy, if you want to kind of meet me over here on the left while they sit up. General questions, so whatever flows for you is completely fine. This audience is very general, so you can keep it general. Yeah, you're really free to do whatever you want to do. So, okay, I'll guide it with some questions if you've had the questions before, whatever makes sense to you, okay? And then we'll just kind of take turns and go from there. All right? I think everything works. Apparently, I'm not staying close enough. I'm getting yelled at for that.
Check. Check.
Okay, if you want to head back to your seats, we'll get started. Okay, we're fine. Thank you. Oh, you're fine. So I was telling them just whatever you're comfortable with. You know, we've got a list of questions. You guys are welcome to respond however you want. This is a very general audience. If you want to stay on the surface, just take care of it. Okay? So just a reminder, you'll notice that we're not taking question and answers from our speakers. All of our speakers will have tables over on the right, and you're more than welcome to engage with them there. We try to build in time in the schedule so that you can do that. And I've been chastised a couple times for not keeping my mouth in front of the mic, so I'm going to try to do better. I move around a little too much, I guess, or turn my head. So hopefully I got it figured out by now. So the Myaamia Center, the vast majority of our work obviously is to respond to the language and cultural revitalization needs of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. However, we are not the only tribal nation that is engaged in that work. And so we've taken a keen interest in those communities, especially small tribal communities that are needing to turn to archives to do language revitalization. And we want to be able to partner with those communities. We want to build a collaborative space by which we can all support each other, especially in the area of technological advancements, best practices, and all of those things. And so in 2015, the Myaamia Center became the institutional home of what's today called the National Breath of Life Institute. Now, Breath of Life as a concept has been around since the mid-1990s. It was formed on the West Coast through the University of California at Berkeley by a group of indigenous activists, language activists, and that has grown over the years to have a national version. They still hold the regional regional Breath of Life workshops at the University of California, Berkeley every couple of years. So this is a national version where we try to reach out to a broader audience. And so just a quick little bit of background. We've been heavily funded by the Andrew Mellon Foundation, National Science Foundation, National Endowment for the Humanities over the years. These institutions have also assisted in a lot of our technological developments, which we now share through National Breath of Life. Our goal at the center is to be able to take the things that we're learning and the tools of our trade, because they don't exist anywhere, we have to build them ourselves, and to be able to share them with tribes across the United States. And what we get from that is the more these things are used, the more feedback we get that actually makes them better. So the relationships that we have are very important to us because it makes us better at what we do. We've had substantial support over the years from many entities and organizations, and we maintain those relationships today since archives are so heavy in our use. We really call this growing the forest. That's kind of become a metaphor. I like the fact that Cam relied heavily on metaphors. We're constantly looking for metaphors to be able to explain how and why we do what we do. And so growing the forest is really about providing support and collaboration with communities that are engaged in the same work that we are. Back when we were all locked down for the pandemic, my co-director, Dr. Gabriela Perez-Baez, who's a linguist at the University of Oregon, her and I had lots of time on our hands. We sat down and we advanced the training model for National Breath of Life. Again, using metaphors, we used the notion of a basket, that there's a gathering, a processing of those materials, and eventually a weaving of back into the community. And so we look at National Breath of Life and the use of archives in that context. We started a National Breath of Life apprenticeship program, and the apprenticeship program was really focused on the processing part of that metaphor, where what do you do when you go into an archive and you get 300 pages of digitized materials in your language? It's great. You've got these materials, maybe you've never seen or worked with them before. You've now got digital surrogates. You take them back to the community. Okay, now what? The organization of those materials, the ability to be able to analyze them, and more importantly, just to be able to find stuff in there became really a major hurdle. And so it was in 2012 that we began developing what is today called the Indigenous Languages Digital Archive, and you may have heard a previous speaker mention that. And our two previous speakers both use what we now call ILDA, Indigenous Language Digital Archive. It's it serves more than just language, because language contextualizes community experience, it contextualizes culture, so it doesn't really matter what you're researching. That archive has become really, really important, because how people talk about things reflects how people think about things, and that can affect every aspect of our existence. So our first round, we had 12 apprentices. Today we have 25. We have a cohort of 25 from 20 different tribal communities. And so we just actually finished a 2-day gathering that preceding this conference. So we're still kind of recovering from that, but it was a great meeting. Without going into too much detail, because I'd really like to go over, I'd like to introduce our guest and let them talk a little bit about their work. This work is very long-term, and it's hard, but getting into developing what is oftentimes the first ever language archive for many of our communities is really, really important. But like a lot of things in life, you have to put the work into it before you can really reap the benefits of that. And so it can be kind of painstaking and long-term. Our current cohort comes from these locations within the United States, just to give you an idea of the reach. And the National Breath of Life has just grown considerably over the years, so it's become both a challenge but also an absolute delight for us to be able to connect to these communities. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the panelists to introduce themselves and their communities. They'll tell us a little bit about their community's language revitalization efforts and what kind of language materials they're working with. And why don't we go ahead and start there? And we can start, why don't we start from this end and we'll just work down. That sound okay? All right. Go ahead.
Wingapo, Jessica Nataruins, Tinakomaka Nanawa, o Kniet Pemunk, Monkey Kanam Kirio. Hello, I'm called Jessica Lingdorf. I'm from Virginia. I'm a citizen of the Pamunkey Indian tribe. And I'm so grateful to be here. It was an honor participating in the National Breath of Life gathering. It is so inspirational to see the incredible relationship between the tribe and the university. Not only that, but how the staff is clearly family members, and just the tribe in general. Your support for each other it's a blessing to be here. In addition, I'm a language ambassador for my tribe to the Powhatan Algonquian Intertribal Roundtable. We call it PAIR. And it's an intertribal grouping of 8 tribes that are working together to rebuild, revitalize, and reclaim our language. Our last speaker, we haven't had a speaker for 200 years, and so the materials that we are working with are very limited, but we do have materials. European folks came out of curiosity and exploration in the 1600s and documented it. And what's challenging with those documents is that there's not that many words. Clearly, there's no grammar. There's incorrect aspects. The transcription is hard to understand, as everyone has experienced. And the limited word list that we have tend to not match each other. So then we're presented with challenges. But we've been working for the past 3 years. We're fortunate to have some linguists to support us to rebuild this language. And do you want us to just do an introduction, talk about our materials, and move along? All right.
Hatito, Niwikanaki, Howe Sawapani, Taja Whiteley, Nite Sito, Howe, Washington, Niteta, Paekwa, Portland, Oregon, Nochipia, Sawanwanila. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my friends. My name is Taja Whiteley. I currently live in Washington State, but I'm from Portland, Oregon, and I am Shawnee. I have been working with my language reclamation and revitalization journey for over 15 years now. I did get my degree in applied linguistics. That was kind of the beginning. I am a citizen of the Eastern Shawnee tribe, but I work with the Shawnee tribe. So there are 3 different Shawnee tribes, but my work with the National Breath of Life is with the Shawnee tribe of Oklahoma. We have quite a lot of materials at this point. We've been on this journey for several years. So we do have our online learning portal, which we call Slipstream, the Shawnee Language Immersion Program. And there are multiple levels of classes within that. And we have one speaker that we work with, first language speaker of Shawnee. We're very blessed to have this resource at our disposal. I think that is, in a nutshell, where I will start.
Dahila Danita Shishtane, Shigusha Tumet Medele, Karuk Tututni Nishli, Kokwal Indian tribe, Ma Nadashnish, Iwea Mas Nadashnish, Shistrechan, Jidan Sta Tahui Nuni Rishi. And I just introduced myself. My native name is Tumet Medele. My English name is JC. I am registered with the Karuk tribe, but that's not where my language is. For a long time, I identified as a unrecognized Tututni person. The Tututni people are found mainly at the Siletz Indian tribe, Confederate Tribes of Siletz Indians. History made it different so that my family's not there, right? Our language is called Nuea. Nuea is actually actively being worked on in 3 different tribes, as well as other communities. That's the Kokwal Indian tribe, who I am their language manager, and also the Tolowa Dene Nation. We have 3 dialects, but we can understand each other, which is very amazing. I've been working on my language for over 20 years now, and actually been looking up to Myaamia for most of that time because we were in a similar situation. And about 10 years ago, we were able to start working on an ILDA instance and get our massive amounts of written and audio materials on a database. So now we have something that we were working with and are trying to, my person I work with a lot yesterday or 2 days ago, he used the metaphor that we're flowering. We're finally in the place of flowering. So that's where we are for now. Sheila.
Meiha nehiam ne tuanyane sitlali arvisu no ne tongbe koi kumiai koi nawa nehikenha Virginia Carmelo koi huyana koi sinohai kime ha hurupanga koi Hawaii. My name is Sitlali Arvisu, and I'm Gabrielino Tongva, Digenyo Kumiai, and Nawa. I come to you, I descend from Huyana and Sinowai, and the villages of Huruvavit and Hawaii. I'm grateful and thankful to, and fortunate to have been born and raised in my homelands, the area that we call Towangar, the land of the Tongva people. Today we know it as the Los Angeles Basin, surrounded by and bordered by various mountain ranges, all the way down to Aliso Creek in the south, over to the southern Channel Islands in the west. So this is an area that's heavily, we say the urbanization came up around us. We didn't go into an urban area, unlike a lot of other of the community that is in that native community that is in that area. And I have over 2 decades now with the Tongva Language Committee. We've gone by many names over the years, and our word for ourselves, Tongve, the Tongve Tom, the people of the earth, is something that we've reestablished now. And so it's part of our work with the language. And my mother was one of the founders of the Tongva Language Committee. We work with the generous donated time of linguist Dr. Pamela Monroe out of UCLA. And the archival materials that I work with, we have categorized in, I guess, the order of the best quality of documentation for our language. And for us right now, the top is the works of John P. Harrington out of the Smithsonian, which is thousands of pages, and that's what I'm working on presently. Once I get through that, then I can begin to work on the documentation of C. Hart Merriam, who was an ethnobotanist and a lover of all things nature. So also, but it's a little bit different. The documentation is a little different, although that has been the documentation that a lot of our community has accessed over the years. And the archival material that I'm working with right now is these reels have been more recently, thanks to the work with the National Breath of Life and some interventions there, we've received better quality of the documentation, which has tremendously helped my efforts. So that is the work that I do. Maiha, nawish koneha.
Kwe omataru yashinahau ijatsi wanda ndi yare hiseruno ayetarunte undi tatsi indare yanda wiju ye ekwayeti Kenya standi tundi enyoma rihute ishas tundi yemed dan yemis wandat atmetaye. So my name is Darcy Allred. I'm a Wyandotte Nation citizen, and I come from Southwest Missouri, but I'm affiliated with the Wyandotte Nation based in Oklahoma. So we're neighbors with the Miami Nation. And we have a very similar situation with our language. We have a sleeping language. And so, yeah, and it has a lot to do with our removal histories, which align pretty closely with the Myaamia and also, other tribal groups that were pushed into Oklahoma. So this is just such a great opportunity. I think our ancestors are just, super proud of everything that everybody in this room is doing. And thank you, Tijame, to the Miami Nation for sharing this space. And, I think it's just such a beautiful sort of budding, coalition of different groups of people, from all over the place, and just having such a similar experience and different, struggles, in language work, especially archival language work. It's really hard to explain what that work is like. And, it's just super, super empowering to see how the Myaamia Center has, been able to articulate that process and to bring it back to community, to make it accessible. And that's the biggest struggle, is to how do we make these archives mean something? How do we bring our language back to life and our cultures back to life? So what I do at the Wyandotte Nation, I'm a Wyandotte, I'm the first, I was kind of voluntold into this position. I'm the Wyandotte Language Program Coordinator that was established about a year and a half ago. So I came into language work about 5 years ago, and I didn't seek it. It just kind of happened, and I think that's how it typically happens with a lot of language nerds. I really was hungry for heritage research, using my PhD, my doctoral program, to do heritage research, to really try to use that as a stepping stone into contributing, scholarship by a Wyandotte person for our community, because everything that I had seen before was authored by non-Native people. And, some of those can be pretty problematic. Some of those are, we have good allies who are not Native, but, we need to be the ones taking back the reins on our cultural knowledge in our scholarship. So the work that I'm doing in the National Breath of Life in this great opportunity was, it's in partnership with our tribal linguist, Dr. Craig Kopris, who has been our linguist for about 15 years or so, off and on, but he's been working with our language for about 3 decades. So we're really trying to we're in a process of transferring everything that he's been working on into our, sort of understanding of these documents, because his archival database is just not legible. It's not really something that we want our community to dig through because, I don't understand his toolbox. I meet with him pretty often and he'll explain things to me and it's just right over my head. So hopefully, with this opportunity, we start seeing a shift towards making these archives and the analyses and all of the processes that go into it more meaningful and more translatable for our community. So that's me in a nutshell. Tijame.
Anyway, so the next question would be, what has your apprenticeship or fellowship project focused on?
Primarily the dictionary, in order to give our citizens access to the way we write it, the way we say it. The sound files in particular are extremely useful. We've been doing it to align with our curriculum that we've prioritized as our first step, which is called minimal course, where it basically takes 24 different grammatical concepts and provides a simple phrase in order to teach a grammatical concept in a way that's accessible to learners, so they don't have to worry about grammatical terms, but they can just learn everyday, useful everyday phrases, so they can breathe life into the language. Another really useful feature in ILDA is not only can you write the word in the dictionary, but you can have example sentences, so that's also, that ties in nicely to our minimal course. What was a secondary priority was working within the archive, but I would say for me personally, that one has become a wonderful surprise, that what it has empowered us with as community members is terminology that as non-linguists we didn't understand. So we were participating with linguists being like, okay, sounds good. So what's the word? What's the phrase? And now that through this apprenticeship opportunity, we were enabled with an interface, a tool that has these fields that we have to fill out as a community member. So we then become accountable and empowered to say, okay, so what's a cognate? What's a morpheme? What's the difference between a morpheme and a lexeme? And without the empowerment of ILDA and National Breath of Life, it was kind of a forcing function and a message of trusting us, like saying, you can do it. Go ahead and ask those difficult questions. So it's helped us to transition our thinking to becoming more accountable and responsible for the language ourselves.
My fellowship focuses on the research and development of educational materials to give back to the existing program and our communities that we have. So like I said, my journey has been a bit long and twisty with language. So what I see my fellowship is a weaving together of all the knowledge that I have accrued, the skills that I have accrued. I've been working with the Shawnee Language Immersion Program for, this is my 5th year. So I have the unique perspective of all perspectives. I have been a student in the program. I have taught the dialogue-based classes that we have. I have also taught the immersion classes that we have, and I also have been an apprentice in the Master Apprentice Language program that we have, and now I'm a master in that program. So I'm weaving all these perspectives that I have together in order to refine and build curriculum for our immersion classes, as well as the most important and shiny part of my fellowship is the soon to come out education portal. And the way that we are thinking, conceptualizing this portal, the way that I think about it personally is a library of culture and language resources. So you could walk into a library looking for a certain resource, and you can go right to that shelf, you can find that book, you can read that information. But you could also walk into a library and be faced with all sorts of things you didn't even know existed, all sorts of forms of knowledge and information at your fingertips. And that's what the idea behind this education portal is that it is a one-stop place where you will be able to log in and get to our our Slipstream, our educational platform where we teach our classes, but you will also be able to access cultural resources, anything from crafts to recipes to songs. There's so much work that so many people have done in our community, creating songs, prayers, and all sorts of materials, as well as language materials. So to be able to provide that in a very easy, technologically accessible manner, we're very far-flung. We're all over the United States, and that is a benefit to our program being virtual. And so we also need to provide a resource for people to be able to find the things that they need outside of the class as well. Grammar materials, anything you can think of, it's going to be in this education portal. And that's what the focus of my fellowship is.
The focus of my fellowship also is, well, it's for the learners, right? But I'm really trying to, in a nutshell, create grammar materials for advanced learners. And to give a little background to that, when I started learning my language from one of the last rememberers, he didn't know his grammar. He didn't know our grammar. So for the first decade of my language experience, I could speak words, but I couldn't put them together. And it felt crippling. I wanted to speak my language, and I didn't know how. And that journey of trying to figure out how led me through academia all the way through a PhD in linguistics, in which I stubbornly refused to do it for academia and insisted the entire way that any research that I do must be aimed for my community and for my learners. And so now that I'm past that and am in the community, I'm using this fellowship to, one, pilot texts on ILDA, like how do we put those in there? Creating materials, I'm focusing on a verb stem, and I'm covering over just a lot of very exciting research in which I am immersing myself in these grammatical structures and like feeling the cultural knowledge that's in them, beginning to understand how my ancestors viewed the world, spoke. And I think the most exciting is we're building a grammar coalition, and there's other individuals in our 3 dialects that have been working on language as long as me or longer. And if you combined all of our years of experience, we would probably have about 200 years of experience. And so we come together as trying to create resources for the community that are in consensus, that are community-based, that are aimed towards learners wanting to speak. And it's just been extremely exciting. Sheila.
So my project has been focused on transcription of archival documentation, which is very time-consuming, very tedious. Our tribe, I failed to mention, our tribe has not had a speaker for about 70 years. And we really rely on the documentation that's provided in a lot of different ways. What I'm experiencing with the transcription has become a relationship with these speakers that the linguist was documenting, several of them. I'm presently working with the works, as I said, of John Peabody Harrington, who was a linguist that was, he began his work right around the time that linguistics was becoming a formal study. And so it was very competitive, and he was, there's a lot of interesting things about him. Some people say he's very quirky, very interesting. And so he did this thing where he was just very excessive with all of his work. And he really made every effort to just do an immense amount of work. And even now, we feel that there's probably still a lot of documentation of our language out there, because he did some things that were, like he would hide some of his work in different places, in paranoia. So I'm hoping out there's still some more. But one of the things that, like I said, we had our documentation of his work in the Smithsonian, and within our community, there's I think it was for a while quite difficult for our community to access. There's a large portion of our population in our community that are not educated. They're not, in any way knowledgeable of or connected to academia, and so they found it just impossible for them to understand how to access these documents. And even the ones that had access still found it impossible because they had no linguistic training to really properly understand the documentation. And we have no digital formats of our language in any way, shape, or form. So this is the first workings of creating this database with the ILDA. And it's a very slow process. There's several pages that are just completely illegible, or he'll go on and on about something he found interesting. And, it can get tedious, it can get frustrating, but what has come from it in the last year and a half or more, so we've been in tandem. My mother's been working on a village list project, including a new mapping. We've also found a lot of references to water that is no longer present in the basin of Los Angeles, including springs and different waterways. And then we also have, it's allowed us also to take a closer look at words, which has led to our finding more etymologies for words that we were not able to, I guess we didn't look at them that way. When you spend more time just really looking at some of these and finding several references to them, it allowed us to really look at these words more closely. And so it's, even though the work is just a transcription right now, the project has created a cascade of other outcomes and just really benefits for our study of the language right now.
So right now we're working on the archival side of ILDA. We don't have a lot uploaded right now. I'm looking over Craig, our linguist, his transcription. So I'm kind of in this review process of his work. So there's a manuscript that I've been working on with him before the apprenticeship, a John Kinsey manuscript that's like 18 teens or so. And so that is kind of a process of just making sure there are more than, one set of eyes on the manuscripts, because he's looked at a lot of our manuscripts, but he has in his database, like where he extracts different documents of the entries, our modern orthography, and then, the orthography that the ethnographer, whoever recorded it originally, how they spelled it, and then, analyses. So it's a process of sort of building a collaborative review relationship with Craig, and it's super tedious, as everybody here has talked about, doing that, even in isolation, it's super time consuming. It's definitely hard to figure out a good, efficient way to do that with linguists, other researchers. So ILDA's just so great, because before, whenever I caught something that I thought, okay, that doesn't look like a J, that looks like a Y, or, those little tiny subtle details, that, linguists are humans, they make mistakes too, and a lot of those types of examples. So I would screenshot and, crop it to, show him what I'm talking about, so he doesn't have to go dig back through wherever to find, the JPEG of that exact page. And I made my own index of all of my notes in that fashion. And it's kind of, like a serendipitous sort of concept with, ILDA, because that's sort of the beauty of it, is that it's all centralized. You can see the manuscript pages right there. And that's so great. That's such a game changer for people in our classes. We have a spectrum of learners, as I think we all do, who don't want to know anything about how we got to the final, attesting this word. They just want to know how to say dog. Don't explain why. We got it. We're good. But some people want to know every detail. And I think all of us know those people at this table who are super, they have no end of questions about how we got to our conclusions, where are we getting this, what's the process like. So I'm really looking forward to being able to provide that for those curious minds, and and recruiting in-house linguists and other archivists and other researchers. So that's kind of what I'm in the middle of, is creating like a style guide of sorts of, we want our positions to be replaceable, because the biggest fear, the biggest risk right now, having Craig, because I don't want it to be just our non-native linguist just transfers all of the database, all of the knowledge to one person. I want to help create pipelines to make it more accessible for the whole, community to learn how to navigate this system. And so it's just a lot of organizing what that even could look like. And, each manuscript is different. Each manuscript within itself, each page can be vastly different. As she was talking about, some of these pages are just, you don't even know what they're trying to say. There's no actual language on it. It's a field note type of thing. So, yeah, and eventually we want to make the dictionary side. That's a huge project that that we would like to pair with our online curriculum, so that people can just search. And it's a living dictionary, so that our problem right now is we have some older print materials and people think it's gospel, and it's really, outdated. So that's another great benefit of having a digital dictionary, is that we can update it in real time and not worry about older versions, outdated versions.
So much familiarity in those descriptions. I'm going to ask you to kind of reflect a little bit now. So do you have any reflections on how the project has gone so far? Maybe some highlights, challenges, how have you addressed challenges, anything along those lines?
So I'm a new apprentice, just started with ILDA late last year. And so a lot of what we've been doing is just learning the basics. And Jerome Viles has been an amazing mentor, so patient, teaching us along the way, giving us like, some communities approach it this way or this way, but you're free to do it however you want. So that's been our focus, other than doing some basic entries in the dictionary, as I shared before. Some key challenges are time. Within the community, there's a few people that have any bandwidth to give to the language work, but those people that have to give are also like, oh, there's 100 different things to do in the language projects. I volunteer, or I'm really interested in doing that and not wanting to miss out. So when you're doing all the things, it's really hard to do one thing really, really well. And so I personally have not progressed in the ILDA work as much as I would like to. And then another challenge is that with the historic record, it's questionable some of the accuracy, so we're fearful to just be like, yeah, let's just load inaccurate information into the archive that's not vetted. So to approach that, we're being a little bit slower and thoughtful about validating those things before they get entered. Another challenge that we're thinking through is that because while we have historical record, and comparing that to other sister and cousin Algonquian languages gives us clues on like, oh, if they said it this way, then we probably would have said it this way. So what that means is we're actually very dependent on our sister and cousin cognate languages. And in the archive, it's founded on your historic, like your language's record, and then you can reference a cognate to it, but it's not structured in a way that's like let me just search for this word in English or concept in English and it'll bring back all the cognates and your historical record. So we're working through thinking through strategies of how do we get those use that rich cognate capability that's in ILDA, and come up with a solution for, even though we're missing that historical data for our language itself.
Reflections. I think the number one challenge I've faced so far is likewise time. So there's always need for more people. There's always need for more work in some capacity or another. And a big thing that our program has needed over the past year is curriculum development itself, building the curriculum and making sure that we have that ready to go for our immersion classes. So that has taken a lot of my time away from the EduPortal itself. However, it's just as important of a work. I also think that it's kind of a double-edged sword in the sense of how much material we have. This is a wonderful, beautiful, blessed place that we are at right now, with how many people have put so much work into our language and resources and creation of those resources. And in that sense, they are also widespread on different laptops in different places. And so working to organize that and to conceptualize how it's all going to get into the EduPortal in an organized fashion. I'm a very organized person. I want this to be accessible to everybody, not to just Shawnee tribe citizens, but to feel accessible to the absentee tribe citizens and to the Eastern Shawnee tribe citizens, to be very accessible in all ways and to feel like everybody's EduPortal. And so I suppose it could be a challenge, but I think I just feel really lucky that so much work has been done before me and so many people have put their heart and soul into the creation of materials that now can be gathered together in a pretty package and an easily accessible place that can be utilized from anywhere you have internet.
It's okay if you do. I'll be honest, and like the main things that are the highlights are things that would make the people that just want the word dog really upset. Like there's these grammatical things that I'm uncovering that I maybe could see when I wrote my dissertation, but I didn't understand. And like, I mean, what that means to me is I spend so much time just like sitting with the beauty of my language, you know, and really like looking at the intricacy, you know, it's like complex beadwork, you know, and really getting to see that pattern. It just fills me up. It makes me so excited. But some other things I can say about that is just the work we've done together with the people that are kind of on my team. One of the things we've been doing is preparing texts to go up on ILDA, because these are our stories. They're not just texts. They're our stories. You know, they're our history. They're our cultural teachings. And they're really hard to understand. And there's like complex grammar in there that you don't see anywhere else. So getting to collaborate with my partners in crime on this, like in real time, there's been some sentences in one of these stories we've been pounding out for a long time about Pitch Woman, who's very scary, just so you know. But there's been 2 sentences that we just could never figure out. And because of sitting together, having the time to sit together, looking through ILDA, having ILDA developed to the state that it is, we're like, oh, these stems are related to this other verb over here. And they look like the same verbs, but one's for to chase and one's for to get lost, or to seek and to get lost. And that's fascinating. And now we know what it is. And that's huge. That also that grammar coalition, the coming together of minds, like that's something that we've actually been talking about for at least 3 years, you know, thinking about for longer. But to have it actually be happening now, where we're meeting on Zoom because we're in 3 different states, you know, and geeking out about grammar together. It's just fabulous. The challenge is, like everybody else saying, is time. I spend the majority of my time during my day job and during my fellowship working on grammar analysis. It's massive amounts of hours every week. And I sometimes can't stop because there's so much processing that needs to happen. There's one particular thing we want to figure out about the sound of our language, and it's like I don't even know how to start because there's just so much to do, and I'm already doing this other grammar work. And so trying to think about how to prepare or to find more people that are going to be as geeky as me and want to stay sitting at a desk when it's sunny outside, you know. And that's the other challenge, is I want to be out on the land, but my computer doesn't work in my homeland, you know, or too off the grid. So finding that balance and finding that health is important.
I think the biggest challenge for myself has been that when I'm reviewing the documentation, very frequently there are phrases, stories, examples where the speaker speaks about something and it's very triggering for me. They talk about something that happened at a certain location that's right down the way from me, or maybe they talk about something that happened, in a certain, due to certain historical instances. And the other day it was, they were asking about this village site and different words associated with it. And the speaker started talking about the story of this man that was forced to be a guide for certain people, and then they pretty much enslaved him, and then he was trying to not guide them into an area that was dangerous, and they decided to hang him, for defying what they wanted. So something like that can be, and when I try to process it, I still have to go process it back with my community. And sometimes it really makes you want to put down the work for a while. And then you really have to, when I speak with my community, it's just a way for me to process, and we all process it. And they always reiterate to me, the language work is important, and they're the ones that bring me back to the work again. So it is difficult, it's challenging, it makes the process, it was something I did not expect going through the transcriptions, but it is very emotional at times, and so it can make the process not follow the timeline that you'd think you'd like it to. And but it is beautiful at the same time, because yes, the language, my mom always says, the language ties you to everything. It ties you to the land, it ties you to your identity, it ties you to your people, it ties you to your past, it ties you to the future. So I'm grateful for the challenge, even though it is sometimes very difficult.
I guess similarly, not feeling too bogged down by all of the different things or feeling behind, setting goals. It's good in making lists, but sometimes it reminds you of how much you have to do, and there's no way to really quantify how long some tasks will take. Whenever you're juggling, teaching classes, or in my situation, I just finished my dissertation, and and having different bricolage sorts of projects or contracts, and trying to do it all at once. And I don't think it's a coincidence that all of us up here are women. There's a lot of women's work and culture work, and I think I have to stop and remind myself that, okay, it's important to contribute and serve community, but we also need to not get exploited here, or self-exploit, or think that we're the, internalize that sort of notion of overwork. So yeah, taking more breaks, that's something I definitely need to do now that I've washed my hands of the PhD. So I think, and in finding grace in the process with community about boundaries, with, it's hard work, maintaining transparency about what you're doing, even if you're not ready to present, the mess of, open tabs and, Google Docs and different, different file templates of things that are not pretty to look at, to be held accountable to. But I think, just finding a better way to make things more sustainable, which is something that I think most tribal, language workers struggle with, even, within staffed programs. So yeah, the capacity building phase, I really love that that is, that language is in the National Breath of Life's, like about page and elsewhere to really acknowledge, it doesn't look like we're doing much. It's not tangible, but there's a lot that goes into it behind the scenes. So the emotion work too, exactly what she was talking about, that there's some things that come up that you wouldn't think, or just, the joys of it too, and I think there was a point where I stopped. I just kept doing archival work and not in just like computational sort of mindset. And then I wasn't doing as much speaking practice, which was like, my ritual at the top of the day, or, speaking with my kids. And it's like, that's not the purpose of this work, of archival work. Like, I need to balance that more. I need to make sure that's the number one priority, is speaking and bringing it back to the kids, and balancing that out more appropriately.
And maybe finally, let's put on our future lens a little bit. What are the next steps, or what do you kind of hope that this work will contribute in the future, maybe to your community? Because a lot of us are kind of foundation builders, and it's oftentimes hard to see that outcome. But from your experiences, maybe you can speak to that.
So I come from a data background, working with data, and we have a challenge of lots of different systems saying different things. And so there's a term called single source of truth. And ILDA provides us that, with all 8 tribes agreeing, like, yeah, we might have said different things, different places from the limited written record, but we're all agreeing that we're gonna rely on this ILDA dictionary to be our single source of truth, and how we're gonna align to speak the language. And by putting it in this location that's accessible to folks, it is a way to formalize things. Like, okay, great, all this discussion, but at the end of the day, what's the word for dog? So that we can put it there, while also having the resources in the archive to do the deeper research, to understand the grammars and do all the soul nourishing aspects of the history of the words. So I'd say that's key, as well as being a way for us to think about scalability and sustainability, because you've given us a head start with this apprenticeship, but we want to be, as we heard at the end of the table, replaced. We want the people in the future to do it, and we can divide and conquer, and one person does different aspects of the archive while others do things at the dictionary. So it gives us a framework to think about how to scale and implement sustainability practices.
My dream and my vision has always been that all Shawnee people come together in some way or another. There are lots of political, historical, time, space, distance divisions within Shawnee people. That's just where we're at. And so I see my work, I hope for my work to be an invitation for people, for Shawnee people to just be Shawnee, to Shawneeify themselves, to Shawneeify their lives, and to be proud to be Shawnee, and to do that together. I think that, like any library, I hope and dream for it to just build. Whatever I build gets built onto. More and more gets added to it over time. It will be the foundation, the building, only not because it's online. And then people can continue to add books and add resources to that building that all Shawnee people are welcome to enter and to play with, and to have joy with, and to have pride with. That's what I foresee for the future.
I think that my dream is both very simple and very complex, and I want to use a word for my language, and that's nagachi'a, which means we speak together. And that's really the fundamental dream, is I want to speak with my community. I want to speak with my kids. I have a grandbaby coming. I want our language to be there for her. And it's very complex because we're across multiple communities, multiple tribes, multiple dialects, multiple wounds that affect how people react to language. And I'm deeply invested in ILDA and in this process because I've seen this tremendous impact on our Nuea speaking community. We actually developed a nonprofit for keeping, taking care of our ILDA instance. And what that has grown to in the last decade is this space for Nuea speakers, no matter where they come from. And working closely with the tribes, as I am, an employee for a tribe, we're trying to be that bridge, working closely with each community and really just creating that space with that vision that we have kids coming. One of the most exciting things I'm seeing now is that the kids at the tribe I work for, the families that I'm involved with, these kids never have ever not known their language. Maybe we don't speak it all the time, but they know it. They know the words that we know. They've never been without it. And that's the basic. I want it to be there. Whether they choose to speak or not is fine. But I want it to be there. Chuashila.
I think in the practical sense for the future, with the work that's being done right now, I'm very inspired by and look towards developing an application for the dictionary we have that's continuously growing, because my generation and the generation below me is constantly demanding something right at their fingertips that they can look right now for that one word, dog, yes. And that's something that, the groundwork with ILDA and with all of this work it is something that pays off down the line. We don't see necessarily all the outcomes and benefits and fruits of the labor till way down the line, and I'm okay with that. But as we are also not federally recognized, and at this point, I'm just seeing there's a great hunger more recently in my community for all things cultural and language, and I'm no longer willing. I'm not going to wait for any tribal government to step in. We don't have a cultural development department or anything like that. So we're beginning to organize once again amongst ourselves within the different communities. There are a lot of families that operate independently within our community, and for us to come together with something like the language is so tremendously vital. We know that a language can be lost in one generation, and we know that it takes so much longer for it to recover and to be utilized within our community again. And all I want to see is the same thing. I want to see my community flourish. I want to see my community feel good about their identity. I want to see my community feel supported by one another and be able to utilize and feel tied to and connected to their past and their ancestors in the land and all of these things that are so important. And that can only happen when they're actively being invested in with our time and energy and our connections. And these are all things that I believe can happen. I know there's some people that have in the past, even within our community, that were naysayers that were like, I don't think it's going to happen, but just so you all know, everything that I see here is just completely inspiring. This community with the Breath of Life community provides a support that's invaluable. It's just, you can't put a price tag on the community support that we have here, seeing what other communities do, what you're aspiring to, and seeing the different phases and how that has transpired, and just knowing, hey, it can happen, and what are the different ways that these different communities are making that happen. All of those things are, it's truly visionary also with Daryl and everything he's done. But what I hope for the future is what grows that is best for our community rooted in the language. I wish Koneha.
So some steps from here, like this summer, we have something called the Gathering of the Little Turtles each year at the Wyandotte Nation in Oklahoma. So I'm trying to, infiltrate more, at the younger age level, because right now I work remotely in central Illinois. That's where I live. And I'm going back, that's another huge component is, relationship building. People typically know me. I grew up close to my tribal community, and I go back pretty frequently. But I want to start building better local relationships with what can happen there, like in the schools, in our pre-K schools, and and we have like a local singer group there that I think a lot of Myaamia folks are mingle with, and other intertribal groups in the 9 tribes area. So yeah, I just want to do more on the ground work and make more things accessible for parents. So we have online, we have an LMS. We just invested in a company called Eurikos. So there's the Myaamia and Shawnee folks have also invested in those companies, in that company. And so trying to get that off the ground for parents who live in diaspora, or it's just easier, to access learning materials online. So we're trying to build up content on that and to have different levels of learning. Maybe there's something for, parents, maybe there's something for college students, something for, for everybody on there, so that if they can't make it to an online Zoom session synchronously, that they have those materials there, and that we can sync it up eventually with the ILDA dictionary. So yeah, that and having more time after this PhD. I sound like I'm in recovery from it, because I am. But yeah, just figuring out what I can do with my time, the other half of my time, the other side of my brain with the real language work. Not to say that a dissertation is not good for our communities whenever it's authored by us, but like there's a point where it's like, this is busy work. It's taking me away from making, a first word book for my daughter, and it made me really feel guilty writing that thing. But it's important. It's a stepping stone for, hopefully other people after me will build from it in our community. And I can be a mentor, hopefully to Wyandotte scholars or other Native scholars. So yeah, just, creating more like household types of materials. That's something I want to do. And working towards the Gathering of Little Turtles, helping teachers. That's another thing, is like people yell at the teachers for not doing more with the language, but they don't, like, who aren't part of our language work, who are in the schools already. So I think that's another huge thing, is like people who teach like culture classes, like cultural activities, like how can I strike up a good relationship with somebody who's teaches ribbon skirt classes and different beading classes, to incorporate more language in those settings, so that it's not just language learning, it's culture learning through the language. So yeah, I think that's it in a nutshell. So tijame.
Well, thank you for an excellent panel session. I know that in many ways you guys look up to the Myaamia effort, but please know that your experiences empower us. And that's one of the reasons we've really invested in that National Breath of Life, because it is a lonely space, and we like to be able to work with others who are also doing this work. So thank you for your inspiration. And all right, let's give all of our speakers this morning a big hand. So we've left plenty of time in the itinerary. We've got about 30 minutes for you to mix and mingle with the speaker tables, the artists, among yourselves. And you're going to throw up the lunch screen? Throw up the lunch screen. And then you're on your own for lunch. We've got an hour and a half for lunch, so that gives you a little bit of time. I don't recommend you go uptown. It's too busy. There's plenty of places here. You can search these on your Google Maps or whatever you use and find them. They're relatively local. And then let's be back here ready to go by 1:30. Okay, anyway. Alumni photo, Myaamia Heritage students, alumni photo.
Any of our Myaamia alumni, please plan to be at the registration table at noon so that we can take a photo. Missionewe.
Going real good. Oh, nice. Glad that's working. All right. Just wanted to check a mic, make sure we were still going.
We're going to go ahead and get started here in about 5-7 minutes. If you can make your way to your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. Yep, that's fine. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Machika tutawe. So for this afternoon session, we're going to kind of shift focus a little bit and look at some of the actual projects that we're working on. So when the National Breath of Life panel was here, they kept talking about the educational portal. And so you're going to get a chance to see exactly what that is, because we've got two Myaamia Center staff members, Kayla Becker, who serves as our quality assurance analyst, works with our computer tech team, and then Tina Fox, who works in our education office. Because the Miami tribe community largely lives in diaspora, we've long needed a secure space online by which we could start to share more broadly language and cultural materials. So I'm going to let them go ahead and get started. I guess I shouldn't have hit that button. So come on up, and it's all yours.
I am Pakatua Wainswaane, Nila Myaamiaki. As Daryl said, I'm Christina Fox, and I'm a citizen of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. I was fortunate to attend Miami University through the Heritage Award program, where I earned my bachelor's in secondary education, and then came back and got a master's in instructional design and technology, and that's why they put me in charge of education. I am the Myaamia education coordinator at the Myaamia Center.
Hiya, Kayla Becker Wainswaane. My name is Kayla. I am also a citizen of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. Like Tina, I came through the Myaamia Heritage program here, and I got a bachelor's degree in computer science, and now I'm the quality assurance analyst here.
So we're here to talk specifically about Šaapohkaayoni, which is the Myaamia educational portal. You heard from our National Breath of Life folks that we're just calling it EduPortal. So once again, we built something for ourselves, and we recognized how useful it is for a lot of other people. And Šaapohkaayoni is for us, but all of that work is shared as an EduPortal where each community can make something unique to them. The thought process behind Šaapohkaayoni was we wanted to build an online Myaamia space, okay? So this map was created by Emily Coleman with data from as of August 2024. And as you can see, we have Myaamiaki everywhere, which makes getting everybody in person a little bit difficult. So we decided this online space is what we need. So anybody, anywhere can access it as long as there is internet. It consists of a resource library. So when we had to pivot because of COVID, we very, very quickly created a lot of things online, but we did not have a great way of distributing them. So now we do, and we'll look more at that resource library in a minute. But we're also working on developing learning opportunities. So it's not just things. We want to create opportunities for people to come together, even if it's virtually, to learn from each other.
Okay, so because we are storing personal data and also community data on Šaapohkaayoni, it's really important that we talk about what data sovereignty is. So data sovereignty is the right to govern data. So that can be collecting it, creating it, owning the data, data use, how to access the data, and also how to store it. You're good. So data sovereignty in Indigenous communities is important because it protects culture, language, and identity. So it ensures that the data that is used is being used for the community's benefit, for things such as creating resources for the community like we do on Šaapohkaayoni. And it does that without maliciously sharing that data somewhere that we don't want it. Yes. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into what Šaapohkaayoni is a little bit. This is our enhanced Google search. It is located on the homepage of Šaapohkaayoni. The reason we didn't put it inside of the login is because we wanted the public to be able to use that. And so this works pretty much the same way as a regular Google search. The difference is that the Myaamia Center staff has either created or vetted these resources for us. So we're gonna show you just a quick little demo of how that works. So you're going to click inside the Enhanced by Google search bar there, and you're just gonna type something. So we search ribbon work because that's kind of our go-to here. So then you enter that, and just like Google search, it shows you a list of resources. We have things from like mynamination.com, from our community blog. And so you just keep searching, and there's a variety of options. And when you get to the bottom, there is, more resources, sorry. So you can click those other pages to keep viewing resources that we have available.
We didn't think about this font size when it was up on a screen this big. So come see us at our table and you can actually read the text then. Another resource that we have outside of the login, so this is currently publicly available, is a digital version of Myaamia Šaapohkaayoni. So Myaamia Šaapohkaayoni is a printed calendar that we create and mail out to tribal households so that our community can follow our lunar calendar system throughout the year. I'll show you a video in a second, but it has a very, very similar layout. So there's not a huge learning curve. If you know how to use one, you can figure out the other. The best part about it being digital, though, is you can click on the events. You can learn more information about upcoming events. So if there's a URL attached to it, you can go to the URL, and it's adaptable, right? Once you print something and send it out, I can't add a new event, but we can here. And before I show you the thing, I also need to say miiciona to Miami University's Communication and Marketing Department. They created moon icons, and we're able to use them on this digital version because the pictures that you see in our printed Šaapohkaayoni don't translate very well online the way we have this set up. So up at the top in the toolbar, you're going to click Calendar, and it opens the page immediately, and it loads all of the months for the year. So I'm going to scroll down to Untitled Chapter, that's the current month. And then down here at the bottom, number 29, the bold 29, That's today. And when I click on the link for the Myaamiaki Conference event page, it'll open up the conference website. So this gives us a lot more ways to communicate when we have events. Okay. So that's all the stuff that's publicly available. We keep a lot of stuff behind a login, and we want people to sign up. But please know that every account request is reviewed manually. So it's not like Google where you just go in, give Google your information, and you immediately have access, right? What happens is it gets sent to a staff member. They go in and look at the information. If there's Miami tribe citizenship information included in the request, we work with Miami Tribe of Oklahoma Enrollment Office to verify identities, and then you get access, okay? So this is not an instant access. It is reviewed in order to protect our community, all of our content. We wanna make this a safe space for users. So here's how you can sign up. You're gonna click login. We put videos in here because we talk fast when we're nervous. This form will pop up and you'll go down to the link that says request an account. And then a form pops up. The drop down, you can select a number of options. Citizen, it'll ask for additional information to help us verify your enrollment. Or no affiliation. We do want to know what brought you to Šaapohkaayoni. And then you just hit submit and it goes off to the staff to review. Okay. So all of the cool stuff is behind the login. So first, one of our most recent updates included a way to search our learning resources. Previously, everything was just organized and you had to know how to get to something, or you were just like clicking through. Well, our tech team added a search, so you can kind of, well, I kind of want to just find all of the things about this, and you can pull them up. So I have another video. In this video, I do go through the login. I did paste my password so you guys can't steal my demo account. But it's the same login page that I just showed a second ago. Enter your email and password, and here you go. This is the profile. Right up at the top, you have search learning resources, and it'll give you the name, a description, the collection it's located in, and then the topic that it's in under that collection. I promise I'll go into more detail about that. So for my example here, I typed in skirt in the search bar. So you can search by terms. This brings up the ribbon skirt instructions. Alternatively, can use the drop box. So I'm deleting skirt here, going over to the topic drop box. That's every topic in every collection that you have access to. So lots of options. I click on printable art here, and it narrows all of the options down to 7 entries on 2 pages. If I go up to the search bar, I can type in a key term and narrow it down even further. So I typed poster here, and then I clicked on this lovely poster created by Megan Zekulich. Okay, so this was just one way to make navigating through Šaapohkaayoni easier. Okay, learning resources. These are what I call them, the meat and potatoes when I was talking to National Breath of Life. This is the meat and the potatoes of the portal, right? Learning resources can be just about anything. So they're images, like the poster I just showed. They're PDFs, like the ribbon skirt instructions. They're URLs to videos. So this is a language learning video. There's articles. So this is our community blog. Oops. Other websites, and our most recent type of learning resource is recipes, which I'm going to preview just a teeny tiny bit, but Haley and Gretchen will talk more about in their talk right after us. Okay, so other features behind the login, I'm not sure if you caught it, But up at the top, there's a personalized greeting. You can kind of see it in the screenshot. I do highlight it in the next video. But it's a personalized greeting. It can greet you with your Myaamia name, your English name, your preferred name, right? You have a profile where you can update your personal information. And then collections, how we organize everything. And I'll come back to those. So here, right up at the top, after you log in, you get your personalized greeting. I'm going to minimize the search learning resources and expand my profile. So you can upload a user image. We're working on where all you can see that. Currently, it's just there. You can update your profile. You can add children to your profile so they're connected to you. If you choose, you can create an account for your child. So we have programs for youth, and this way they don't have to log in through your account. It is a safe space for our youth to access resources. And most notably, one of the things that we do for our youth, well, we being the tribe, not me personally, is back to school funds. And we have made that accessible through Šaapohkaayoni. So previously, you kind of, again, had to click through and navigate, find it. We've added a button. So if you have youth on your profile, a button pops up, and it'll take you to a form that looks like this. You click the correct semester, you fill out the form, and it gets sent electronically to the tribe to process. This also allows the parents who are filling out the forms to get email updates as it moves through the process, because all of this, once again, is manually reviewed to make sure we do it right. Okay. So I'm going to go back to collections here. I have 2 sub-bullet points, stars and announcements. These are ways that you can keep track of everything, I guess. If you have something favorited, right here in the screenshot, I have the food recipe collection starred, which puts it up at the top of my collections list. And within there, you also have announcements. So Haley and Gretchen put up a new recipe. They can send out an announcement, and it'll email you, hey, there's a new recipe. So navigating collections, this is the profile again. Scroll down a little bit, and you can see all of these collections. See, I don't know if you can see it from back there, but there is a little star. So I click on one, and it takes me to that collection where all of those learning resources are organized by topic. You can use the topic cards. You can use the left-hand menu. Here I click on printable art, and I can see all of the awesome things I'm pretty sure Megan did for us. Or if I go over to the left-hand menu, I can click on sewing and crafting projects and see the instructions that are available there. I clicked back to the profile to show you the Manage Collections button, where it'll show everything you're enrolled in, everything available to you to enroll in. So I'm scrolling down here to one of our summer programs where I clicked Learn More, and now I have a description of what it is. I can request access to it. You get the confirmation there up at the top, and then scroll down and it'll show you what you have already requested access to. Some of us click on something and we're like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. You can withdraw that. Or you can let it sit, and then the manager will see that they got a new request and they'll let you in. Okay. I also want to kind of reiterate what Taja said earlier. This really is a way of bringing knowledge together and sorting it in a way that makes sense for others. I loved how she called it a library. Okay, so I keep bringing up Haley and Gretchen's work. So I'm gonna show you a little sneak peek. This is what the profile, the collection dashboard looks like for them. They have tons and tons of information. If you look at the left-hand menu, there's a scroll bar. Like, can't even get it all on the page. Our wonderful programming team also built this very specific form to display all of their hard work. in a way that works really well on mobile devices. It's printable as PDFs. The food tastes good. Jonathan was recording videos with them, and he was texting me about how good it was. So I told him he has to start cooking that stuff at home. Okay. Branding, this is what we first built. It looks really nice. We really appreciated it. But as we continue to develop it, we realize it doesn't quite fit anymore. Including there's some contrast issues that makes it hard to use. I misclicked on things a lot just because brown text on gray was a little difficult, right? So once again, we went to Megan, and she started customizing things for us. So now Šaapohkaayoni has a custom ribbon work inspired design at the footer. This is just the background of our calendar page. That is a blank version of the left-hand menu. And then, of course, she created this wonderful logo for us. So it's Chechakwa flying through a door, which is how she artistically interpreted Šaapohkaayoni, the phrase Šaapohkaayoni. And we have more. We just keep thinking of things to do.
So we created Šaapohkaayoni for our Myaamia community, but we saw quickly how valuable it was and how much it can be used for. And so we wanted to share it more broadly with other communities through National Breath of Life, just like we do ILDA. So through sharing this, the communities keep control of all of their data, and we just pretty much house that and give them the tools to do different things like sharing the resources and stuff like that. So by giving the community, or sorry, not really giving the communities, but by the communities still keeping the full control of their data, that is how we honor their data sovereignty that we talked about earlier. And then go ahead and go to the next. So the next thing that we have is we have Šaapohkaayoni on the website, but we also have a progressive web app, or a PWA. So a PWA is a web application that runs in the browser, but it behaves more like a mobile app that you would download from like the App Store. So you can still install and add it to your home screen, but it's a little smaller, more convenient version of the website. We found that it's easier for us to maintain a PWA than an app, and so that allows us to give a more user-friendly experience for everyone. And if you would like to help us test the PWA, you can come see us after our talk over at our table, and we will get that installed on your phone for you. I will let you know, though, you do have to have an account to test it. So you may have to kind of do that process of signing up for an account. So you may not be able to test it today if you do not already have one.
And the Šaapohkaayoni as a whole is great at, here are things, right? Going back to Taja's library analogy, right? Books contain lots of information, but information is coming from the person who put it out there to the user. So what we're working on is creating a more interactive learning space. In educational jargon, it's learning management system, or an LMS. If you are in education, something like Canvas is an LMS. If you are not in education, it's kind of like social media in a way. But we're working again with Eurekos, as you heard earlier, to create what we're calling Schoolhouse. That's just our instance. We have a single sign-on, so you log into Šaapohkaayoni, and you click a link and you go to Schoolhouse and you're logged in. Now you might have to enter all of your Šaapohkaayoni information again in new browsers only. But it's not like you're creating a second account for something. Our goal is to create both self-directed and more traditional courses where you sign up and you know it's 6 weeks and you have assignments due, or there might be a weekly Zoom call. We're still hammering out all of those details. But the key here is building an interactive space. So users can interact with each other around a topic. They can interact with the manager or instructor of the topic. We really want to create this as a more dialogue, conversational space. One thing that you have to look forward to, Cam is working on a new course for the LMS. I appreciate you all are giggling and everybody's like, Tina, did you do that? He sent this to me. This was Cam. It is used by permission. So his upcoming course, we're hoping to have it finished this fall, is titled 1 Year in History 1750. So through videos, through maps, through pictures, through reading, it's really kind of digging into what is happening in 1750 for Myaamiaki. And it's not just like fighting or negotiating or anything like that. He looked into like textiles. It was really cool. I cannot remember everything. It's been a minute since I reviewed his content, but he really tried to do a nice, well-rounded course. And as somebody who does not often opt into history things, it sounded really cool. So Miiciona, we specifically listed the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, Miami Tribe of Oklahoma, and Myaamia Center at Miami University, because without these folks, we wouldn't be able to build anything, let alone share anything. But also Miiciona to the people I mentioned or might have forgotten to mention, like the Myaamiaki education team that helps with the content. I'm just talking on behalf of them. I don't do anything by myself. So, Miiciona.
Anyway.
Actually.
Like a lot of these technology projects, it takes a while to get them to where they're starting to function the way we like them to do. So the EduPorter was actually started about 3 years ago, and I found that it takes about 3-4 years to get a project to a point where we know what's possible, we feel like the functionality can be built into it and that it actually has some use. So this is kind of a 3-year mark for us. I would say that 5 years from now that piece will look very different and maybe even do different things. So, but that is the nature of some of these technologies. So Miiciona to both Kayla and Tina for that presentation. We're going to take this one step farther by introducing our next speaker, Dr. Haley Shea, and our Untitled Fellow, Gretchen Spen. Haley is the director of our Office of Assessment and Evaluation, and you may recall some previous presentations by Haley. She works mainly in the area of assessing and evaluation a lot of our programs. We're really interested in looking at the impact of language and culture on youth identity formation and how that benefits the tribal community. But as one piece of that is we're finding ourselves more and more looking at this as a wellness or health issue. And so that is starting to seep into our work because we realize that building community is an act of well-being. So go ahead and introduce you both. Come on up. And I would also like to just say that the Untitled Fellowship is really an opportunity for young folks that have already maybe a bachelor's degree and that are interested in a master's degree to really engage. And I think that what Gretchen has done here is just a really fine example of the contributions that they can make. So.
Miiciona. Aya cheki ki Šaapohkaayoni weehsininki na hinila Myaamiaki te pewe neolakakoke. Hi everyone, my name is Haley Shea and I am a citizen of the Miami tribe of Oklahoma. And I don't know that I need to introduce myself too much. Daryl already gave away a lot. I'm kidding. So I grew up my whole life not knowing, not my whole life, my early childhood years, not knowing a lot about my Myaamia identity. But eventually, in 2005, I attended the tribe's first ever summer programs as a youth. And I came up through those programs until I aged out, came back as a junior counselor, as a counselor. I believe I might have been yours at some point. Yeah. And I attended Miami University as a Heritage Award Program student. I majored in psychology and accidentally in Spanish. And then I wanted to give back to the tribal community in some way. And so I talked to Daryl, I talked to George, and I was like, what can I do? And they encouraged me to do something that could stand on its own, but that could maybe contribute to the tribe in some way. And so I ultimately pursued a PhD in counseling psychology at Iowa State University. I came back to Miami in the 2018-19 school year for my doctoral internship at the Student Counseling Service here on campus. And then I graduated and started in my current role as, at the time, co-director, but now director of the Office of Assessment and Evaluation. And I'm really excited to share this work with you all for a lot of reasons, but one of which being the vast majority of the work that my team does is behind the scenes, meaning you all don't see it much. Unless I write a blog post about it, you don't even know what I'm doing. And this is the first project that I get to work on that tribal citizens are actually getting to interact with, get to engage with. And so I'm really excited to see where this goes and to be able to respond to community needs and see how you all like it. So, miiciona.
Aya cheke katka mangokwa winswaane. My name is Gretchen Spen, and like Daryl said, I am the current Ajitakia Fellow at the Myaamia Center. Similar to Haley, I am also an alumni of the Heritage Award Program. I graduated very recently, and I'm back pursuing my master's in dietetics, so I'm planning to become a registered dietitian. I also attended A1 Zapata as a kid. I grew up in Kikayonge or Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I was very fortunate to grow up knowing about my community, being able to attend tribal events. And yeah, I'm just very excited to, grow up through the program and to begin contributing back to my Myaamia community.
So, to give a little bit of background on where this project came from, I first want to introduce my office, in case you're not familiar. So the Office of Assessment and Evaluation has really evolved a few times throughout the years. So it started in 2012 by Dr. Susan Mosley Howard, along with some other folks. I don't want to leave them out necessarily, but it was established as a means to try to understand how tribal citizens were impacted by this revitalization process, right? How are all of these educational programs impacting citizens on a variety of outcomes, right? When I came in 2019, our office shifted a little bit and we broke into three components. We had a program evaluation component, this same NOT team that I talked about, as well as a language assessment process that Tracy Hirata-Eds, wherever she is, heads up. And again, this year, we have expanded a bit. And that largely came from, we did some theoretical development, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But that theoretical development led us to starting to pursue health promotion work, right? So taking this just from theory to now creating practical tools that citizens can use to actually promote their ability to live well. And so, for those of you who were at the last Myaamiaki Conference, you heard me present on this theory of nahe mehtosinawingi, which directly translates to live a proper human life, but we call it to live well for short. I presented this with Paul Branscombe. He's in the back over there, if you want to give a wave. He is a faculty in public health here at Miami University. But this was a project that was funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that allowed us to develop a theoretical model and a corresponding measurement tool of living well. So what does it mean from a Myaamia perspective to live well, right? To live properly. So I don't have time today to go into the full contextual theoretical model, but I'll give you a little high-level overview. So it's built on the two components that you see here in the hands, Pelakione and Awendione. So Pelakione is a term that contains the stem pelake, which is used in terms regarding healing and freedom, right? And as a simple noun, we translate it as health, but it more literally implies to improve one's condition. The other is Awendione, which is found in, it contains the stem awem, which is found in words like, that express relatedness and gratitude or thankfulness. And the word Awendione translates to peace. And together, this builds our foundation that these concepts of health and peace are inextricably tied. Right, and this is a Myaamia notion, but it's also found in actually the World Health Organization's definitions of wellness as well, right? So this is kind of a global idea. And on top of this, there are these three facets you see, Nipwayone, Michelione, and Myaamiwingi. So Nipwayone is the first, it means knowledge. It's found in that NOT team that I said, Nipwayone Acquisition and Assessment Team. This is promoting the idea that in order to live well, in order to live properly, we have to do that by engaging with and from a Myaamia knowledge system. It's less about having or possessing knowledge, but it's more about using and doing something with that knowledge, right? So from a Myaamia perspective, we know that knowledge is responsibility. And as we learn more about the world, as we learn more about our community, we have a responsibility to use that knowledge in a good way, and often for the betterment of the community. The second is Michelione, or our community values. And these are the ways of being or the ways of engaging with the world as a community, the things that as a community we deem most important and remain at the forefront of our minds as we interact as a community as well as outside of our community. And the third is the Myaamiwingi. This is intentional interactions. And so by this, I mean that each of us has a soul or a being, and that soul or that being engages and interacts with the world around us. And by doing so with our knowledge and our values, we are intentionally acting in an informed and intentional way. And so this includes things like our awiawe, our physical body, our thought or our mentality, which a lot of tribes refer to as like mental health, and then our social world and more. Right? So that's a very high level overview, not even nearly touching the depth of this model, but a very high level overview of this. And the next logical step after the creation of this and the creation of our measurement tool to understand this better within the community context was to take it and create tools that citizens can use to promote this in their lives. And so while there are essentially endless domains that we could dip into to do that, this is the impetus for this food project. So I'll let Gretchen share a little bit more.
So food for most of us is a very important part of our daily lives. I know I personally love food. I think most of you probably agree. And so with the community, we've been getting requests for this for a very long time. And for whatever reason, like these attempts have never really gotten off the ground until now. And this happened because of just perfect timing among a couple of different components. To begin with, well, before I get into that actually, my senior project for the Heritage Award program was also a cookbook project. I've been really interested in this topic for a very long time, especially since, having a background in nutrition. And Haley also expressed interest in food projects after her daughter Charlotte was born, just because nutrition and health is like fundamental in our well-being. And to add to that, this is my first year back at Miami University as a graduate student pursuing dietetics, so food is pretty important to me. We also got an extension on our grant, which allowed us to pursue this project. And so this year it just really worked out that we had the time, the resources to really put a lot of effort into this project. So that leads us into describing what the project actually is. The goal of this project is to provide Myaamia citizens with a resource that supports Myaamia wellness in all of its interdimensional ways that we've already talked about. Our goal is that through engaging with recipes rooted in traditional Myaamia foods, Myaamiaki will be able to engage with the foods our ancestors have eaten since time immemorial. This provides an avenue for us to connect with our heritage and our community while also enjoying a delicious meal. Simultaneously, we have also provided nutrition-focused resources such as nutrition education videos and food labels to support our community in making informed food choices. We've also made it a priority to include Myaamia Tawenge, the Myaamia language, throughout the portal, and to include historical and cultural context about the featured Myaamia foods. These components help reinforce our Myaamia ways of knowing and allow us to form a deeper understanding about the foods that we eat. Our goal is to meet folks where they are at and to equip them with the knowledge to support them in living well through the proper diet and through strengthening their Myaamia ways of knowing. So this is a list of some of the identifiably Myaamia ingredients that you will find throughout the portal. All of the featured recipes in the portal are based on our American palate today. So we wanted the recipes to be foods that we eat on a day-to-day basis so that we are constantly engaging with these foods. So these ingredients are scattered throughout all of the recipes, and we also made it a point to make them easily accessible for everyone. So most of these you will be able to find at a Kroger or at your local grocery store. So our hope when working with these recipes is that on top of interacting with the recipes on a day-to-day basis, you'll eventually be able to take what you've learned from the recipes and be able to identify the Myaamia ingredients and then put them into recipes of your own, whether it's adjusting our recipes or coming up with your own recipes. That is our kind of our end goal. When talking about nutrition, it's important to recognize that we all have individual nutrition needs. When creating this collection, we wanted to ensure that we provided a way for everyone in the Myaamia community to easily navigate the portal to find foods that best meet their nutritional needs. To do this, we created diet and nutrition-specific categories in the portal to help make it easy for people with specific dietary needs to find recipes that work for them. This also allows someone interested in pursuing a new diet to navigate these recipes and see what works for them. For the nutrition-specific categories, we found that the best way to meet this goal without advocating for any given diet was to utilize the USDA's policy of using the percent daily value to label foods as being high or low in any given nutrient. For example, and you'll find the daily value on nutrition labels on most of the foods that you buy in the store. So if a food has 5% or less daily value, it's considered to be low in that nutrition or in that nutrition component. Similarly, if it has a 20% or higher daily value, it's considered high. So for example, if a food has 4% of sodium, it's considered low sodium. Or if it has 24% protein, it's considered high protein. The benefit of this method is that it provides a flexibility for meeting individual dietary needs. So, as always, it is important to read food labels. While these nutrition-focused categories make navigating through, while some of the categories are like, So when navigating through the portal, you will find categories labeled low sodium, low fat, or high protein. But it's always important to read the food labels because while it could be low in one thing, it could be high in another. So we just want to advertise that our nutrition labels are included for all of the recipes, and we highly encourage you to utilize them. So with this being said, we know that nutrition is a complex topic. To help support our health through our diets, we have included nutrition education videos in the portal and will continue to provide resources that will help us all make informed and delicious food choices.
So there's some of the categories, the health-based categories that are in the portal. So I also just want to again return to the Nahe Metosinuingi concept in case it's not clear how this is linked, right? The goals of this project, to reiterate, to connect citizens with recipes that they can use to promote their nutritional and health needs. And if you think about it, in order to connect with these foods, we have to have knowledge, nipwaione, about the foods, right? And that ranges. That could range from just knowing that an ingredient is a food that Myaamia people have always eaten, right? That's knowledge. But that could also go all the way to having information about how to plant and harvest and grow and maybe hunt, right? There's all sorts of knowledge that goes into cultivating these foods. Not to mention there is this intergenerational transmission of that knowledge that's depicted in this photo here. And foods are an inherently social process, right? I'm sure you all have had that experience where when you get together with people, food is almost always the unifying factor, right? And so therefore, the ways we acquire and prepare and serve foods is one of the ways that we're able to live out our community values as a people. And finally, and perhaps the most obvious way that this connects, is that we are using these foods as a way to support our bodies. And it's not just that. This is a way for us to connect with and enhance our identity as Myaamia people, a way to engage with and connect with the community as a whole, practice our spirituality, our reciprocity with our ecological surroundings, and to engage with our homelands. So this is one small project is truly a holistic way of promoting Nahe Metosinuingi. I also wanted to briefly share all the teams that had their hands in this project, both to give credit to those individuals, but also to illustrate just how much time and how many resources it takes to develop a tool like this. I think it can kind of be hard to imagine it when you're just looking at the resource online, right? It looks fairly easy, but it's a pretty complex process. And so for the recipe development and production, that was primarily Karen Baldwin, Gretchen, and myself. Technology, so Kayla and Tina through the Šaapohkaayoni process, but also Bishal Bandari, if you raise your hand, I recently found out, stayed up very late this week to work on a feature so that it would be available for today, so miiciona. And generally the whole tech team at the Myaamia Center. Photos are all by Karen Baldwin. Videos by Jonathan Fox. Nutrition and health information by Gretchen Spen and Paul Branscombe. Language by Daryl, David, and Hunter. Cultural information, a whole team. A whole team. Daryl, Kara, George, Cam, myself, David Costa, Hunter, Tracy Harada Eds, wherever she just walked in. And then media promotion by Stella Bierman. So this was quite a large project, and miiciona to everyone. So we're going to get to see Šaapohkaayoni yet again. This is what the portal looks like when you come to the home page, and you'll want to click on this login button. And it'll bring you to this screen. You've already seen all of this, so I apologize for seeing it again. But on this screen, you can enter your information to log in. If you do not have an account, you can click the button down there to request an account. That will go on the back end to Tina's team. They will approve it, and then you can come back to this to log in. And then once you're in the portal, you'll have to find our collection. Right, so this is what it looks like. I'm a manager. I did not use the test account for this photo, so I am a manager. Yours will not say that. Nahe miiciona, nahe weehsininki, proper foods, proper diet is what this collection is called. And so you can learn more about it and click request in order to join. And that will go on my end. I will approve folks to join this resource. And you already saw this as well, but inside the collection is a description of the project, what it's about, what we're doing, as well as all of the various topics. And we created this start here button. We were hoping that folks would go to that first because there's a video of myself introducing how to best navigate the resource, which is a lot of what I'm presenting today, so maybe you guys can skip it. I'm kidding, please watch it. And then there's also a video, a Nutrition 101, if you will, of how to read nutritional labels to help your process of using the nutritional information for your own needs. Over time, we expect that this particular resource will build up. We will include, I know Gretchen has the idea of doing like knife skills videos and things that can help people in their journey of cooking. But then if you're looking for a particular recipe, there's really two ways you can find them. So the first is by selecting one of these topics. And this is easiest if you don't know which recipe you're looking for. If you're just exploring the whole collection, you might want to look through the topics. So we have some topics that are typical cookbook topics, your entrees, your side dishes, your breads, your desserts. And then we have some that are the health focused categories. So if you're someone who needs a gluten-free recipe or a low sodium recipe, you might want to scroll to that particular topic. I didn't put this in here, but I wanted to let you all know we made sure that we had at least 2 recipes in every topic when we launched today. So everything is covered, at least at this point. And then once you are inside the topic, so once you click one of those topics, it will open up all the learning resources that are in that given topic. And then you can select view, and that will take you into that particular recipe, which is what this looks like. And first you'll see the title of the recipe, and beneath that, oh, well, actually I'm gonna mention, so we have a Myaamia name, as well as an English name for most of the recipes. And I say most because our language team is still working on some of them. We didn't want to rush the process just to get it out for this. Some of these foods are not things Myaamia people have eaten, so that's involving language creation, which I am not qualified to speak on, but it's a hard process from what I hear. And so not every single recipe at this point has a Myaamia name, but it will with time. So you will see the name. Beneath that is a carousel of images, and we have a final product photo, as well as an ingredients photo, and then certain step-by-step photos if there's like a hard step to visualize or something that's important for you to know, like brown the meat to this level. It'll show you what that looks like, right? And some of the recipes will also include a video component. I did not put that up here because that's actually what Bishal was working on until 2 a.m. So I don't have it on here, but that would show up next to the tab that says images. There's a video tab with an embedded YouTube link where you can see, at this point, it's just myself and Gretchen cooking foods. And then this is a good time to mention that we anticipate that this is possibly gonna grow faster than our production can keep up with. Or at least that's what I hope. I hope this is received well. You know, I'll talk about this in a moment, but we have a community submissions link. And so as we get those in, we want to produce those. And so we're currently debating whether we post the recipes without producing them or if we fully produce them before posting them. So if anybody has thoughts, feel free to stop by our table. And so I'm thinking there might be a range of production level that will show up in this portal over time. And we are always open to suggestions. I want this to be something that the community actually uses, right? Like things are only healthy if you actually use them, right? The lettuce in my fridge is only helpful if I eat it. If it goes bad, it's not healthy, right? So that's the same thing with this. The other way you can navigate to a recipe is on the left-hand side of the collection, there is this like longer navigation pane. And you can click on the Learning Resources tab, and that will show up with a table with all of the recipes listed. And then, so on the left-hand side is the title. On the right-hand side, you'll see each of the tags or each of the topics that falls under. And so here we are in the, I was gonna say it in Myaamia Tawengi, but I forgot to practice. Ike pake mekwane, ike sa minge. Acorn squash with maple glaze. And so you can see the photo carousel at the top. Below that, you'll see a series of tabs. So first is the description, which is what you see here. It's just a brief description of what it is, or if there's something you need to know. For example, the sassafras tea, I tell you, don't drink too much of it or else you will be sorry. I mean, I explain a little bit more than that, but It'll give you a little bit of information that you need to know. And then next to that is the recipe button. So you will click on that and that opens up the actual recipe itself. It tells you how many servings, all of the ingredients, and then the directions on how to prepare that particular food. So pretty self-explanatory. And then next is the nutrition tab. Once you click on that, the nutrition label pops up, and that is the nutrition, the amount of each nutrient that is found in one serving of that particular recipe. So you'll want to pay attention to how many servings is in that dish. And if this is too, I mean, I know right here it's probably hard to read, but even once it's on your screen, if it's too hard to read, you can actually click on it and it will pop up a full screen size of this nutrition label. So it's very large. You should be able to read it. And then lastly is this cultural knowledge button. And once you click on that, it has information about each ingredient that is identifiably Myaamia. So there was a team here that helped us to curate information so that you can learn a little bit more about it. And, you know, I kind of think of this as a starting point, right? So if you're interested, you look at this, you read this, and you're like, oh, that's really cool, I want to know more. Reach out to me, and I'm happy to connect you with the person who has the right knowledge on that particular ingredient. And it's my hope that people connect with this because we need people to help us fill this out over time. So if you're particularly interested, please let us know. But in this, you will find historic information, linguistic information, ecological knowledge, and more. We also wanted the community to have the ability to interact with this. We didn't want it to be a one-way transmission, so we created a community submissions process. And so similar to the recipes, you can go to the topics, and then that will give you this community recipe submission link. If you click that view, it'll open up. Or you can go to the learning resources and click on the community recipe submission button, and that will open a Google form. And it will ask you to fill out all of the information that we need in order to put this into the portal. And we're really excited, you know, I think actually it was Gretchen's idea, that there's probably people who have like handwritten recipes from your grandmother, right? And like, how cool would that be to have pictures of that in the portal? And so we have a space for you to be able to upload any photos, or if you have photos of yourself cooking it or your family cooking it, you could upload that there. You can also just email me. So feel free to do that if this form is a little bit difficult. The next spot actually came to me from my mother. She does not like cooking with technology. She cooks a lot, and she actually prints out every single recipe and has a binder, a very thick binder of all of the recipes she uses on a regular basis. And so I thought that it was important that we have that ability for our citizens who maybe also agree with her and don't want to cook with technology. So you can download the recipes, and when you click that download button, it will pull up a PDF. It has the photos, the ingredients, the directions, and then I didn't put a large picture, but you can kind of see in the thumbnails that there's the nutrition label is the whole last page. So that is heavily featured. Finally, the mobile app. I will say I was very skeptical. For anybody who's a frequent or avid cook, most apps or most of the time when you're accessing a recipe on a phone or a tablet, it's very difficult. So I was really skeptical. I was nervous, but Gretchen and I tested this feature out exclusively during our second round of production for this. And I will tell you, this is a phenomenal resource. So I took a few screenshots of what it looks like. So when you go into the resources, you have to log in, you have to find our collection, and then you find the recipe, but then you pull it open, and this is what the page looks like on my personal cell phone. This is a screenshot from my phone. And so it obviously has the title, it has the images, it would have a video if there was one, and then you can, beneath that, you can expand each of the different components. And when you click on the recipe, this is what it looks like, right? So I recognize this is probably a shorter recipe compared to others, but this does not involve a lot of scrolling. We intentionally made it so that you don't have to read our life story before you get to the recipe. You can expand the pieces that you want to see and close the ones you don't, right? So that was a very intentional construction on our part. We both hated that feature in most recipes. So back to Gretchen.
So now that we've kind of discussed the project, we want to talk about the future of the project. This cookbook portal is not finished. As Haley kind of mentioned, we are going to continue to expand it to make more user-friendly things within the portal. Currently, we are continuing to include more Myaamia names for some of the recipes, as we discussed a little bit earlier. And I think that the cookbook collection really reflects the flexibility of what you can do with food. There are endless opportunities to expand this project, and some of the topics that we have talked about include continuing to collect and feature Myaamia recipes, and we've already made plans about more production weeks and getting those uploaded as soon as possible. We're going to continue to develop the online collection to include more user-focused features. We've discussed being able to like recipes and to save your favorites, so we're excited to work on that. And I'm going to include to upload more nutritional education videos, so that, again, can really help us support our Myaamia wellness. Outside of the online portal, we have also discussed opportunities for printing a food-focused book, which would specifically focus on ecological knowledge and Myaamia food sovereignty. And again, these are no official plans. We're just throwing around ideas. But we are also talking about hosting Myaamia cooking workshops and for utilizing feedback from the community to make our portal even better. So really, this is a very flexible project, and we are very excited to continue to buff this project out. And this brings me to my research project. A component of my graduation requirements as a master's student is to complete an exit project. The purpose of this exit project is, within my department, is to contribute to academic research or the nutrition field in some way. Going in, I knew that I wanted to use my project to contribute to the research taking place within my own community. And of course, this food project was on the forefront of my mind. And so I decided to create a research study that would attempt to tangibly measure the impact that this project has within the Myaamia community. This study uses a public health framework called the RE-AIM framework, which focuses on the reach, effectiveness, adoption, implementation, and the maintenance of public health programming. I settled on this framework because it is fundamentally designed to be individualized to meet the needs of diverse communities. Because of the shorter duration of my study, I am focusing on measuring the first three components, which is the reach, effectiveness, and adoption of the resource. So this study will be a longitudinal study. It is made up of 2 surveys. The first one will be taken before participants have long-term access to the portal. So before most participants are able to go in and really experiment with the recipes, make them at home, the goal is to take a pre-test, essentially. And the second test will be after about 3 months of access to the portal. So the goal is to compare the pre-test and the post-test to see if anything changes in that time about things like use, about how the portal is used, and about personal perceptions about Myaamia identity. So the study is officially kicking off today. So if you have any questions about it, or are interested in participating, I will be at our presenters table in the corner over there, and I would love to connect with you.
Yeah, it's kicking off today because we're launching today. I forgot to mention that piece of this. So this has not been available until today. So anybody who has a Šaapohkaayoni account, you kind of saw the Easter egg that this project was there, that we were working on it. It's in the background, but it was not finished until literally yesterday. And so we are very excited to kick this off today. So if you have a Šaapohkaayoni account, you can go in and request that right now, and I'm happy to go accept you. If not, it's probably going to take a minute to get you approved in the process, so it might take a few days. But if for anybody who has requested, I did go through and accept earlier today. So.
So again, we would like to say miiciona, specifically to the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and to all of those who helped us work on this enormous project. So we very much hope that you enjoyed it. I hope I've given you food for thought. So
Love it.
What a great project. It is so cool to see those things coming together. We could never have done that 10 years ago, so this is absolutely awesome. We've got a little extra time, so let's take a break. Feel free to visit with the presenter tables or the artist over there, and let's get back together in about 20 minutes.
I want to make sure that's not on. Just escape. So usually when you do presenter view on Google, like if you can do 2 separate screens, the presenter view still shows you the slides that you're on with your notes, and then it just clicks through. Sorry.
It might be weird. Might be super weird.
I don't want to get super weird.
Well, I can expand to the iPad over there. That's hilarious. All right.
Here goes Akuka breaking. At least I'm the last presentation.
That
of the
is
day,
true,
so if
yeah.
we break it all.
The other thing is, if I do this, I will not be able to help you from back there because I can only see like what's on.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, I can only easily see what's on there. All right. Where will this go? Is that working? It is. And you can. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that should. You might want to pause and reset or whatever. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Like I said, the only caveat to that is I won't be able to help you from back there. You'll have to either figure it out on your own or like buy me a coffee and do so.
Yeah, and then I can just.
Yeah, other than that, it should be
All
pretty
right.
straightforward.
Good deal. Mission away. Also.
Okay, let's go ahead and work your ways back to your seats. I'd like to get started in about 5 minutes. So you know about the mic? You have to stay right on top of it. Okay. So that's why I pull it out, because if you turn sideways, just keep it right on. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get started here. So if you've been listening closely to some of our speakers, you've probably picked up on the fact that many of them make reference to their early years, the years of being in the A1 Zapata program or in youth tribal programs, and how they came to Miami University and then how they moved on. And so we've been very fortunate to be a part of many of their lives for quite a long time. And so this next panel is the next generation coming up, and I think it's really, really critical that we keep investing in each generation as they come along. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Stella and let you take it from there.
Had to find my speaker notes. All right, well, yeah, that's not working. Okay. Ayacheke tepewe neolaka koke, akuka wains wa ane, nehe nila Myaamia, nehe mekandama wake, Myaamia mission nipon dekane. So I just said, hello, everybody. My name is Stella Bierman. I am a citizen of the Miami Tribe of Oklahoma, and I also serve as the communications specialist for the Myaamia Center here. I'm also an alumni of the Myaamia Heritage Award Program. And just before we get started here, I wanted to say thank you to all of you for sticking around with us till the end here. I think we often hear this is one of the favorite presentations of the day, and I'm really excited to hear from this group of students. So following my predecessors who have done this presentation before, it only feels fair to share a little bit about myself before I ask these students to share about their experiences. It feels a little bit like, how can I make this about me? So like I just said, I attended Miami University through the Heritage Award Program from 2018 until 2022. I majored in journalism and digital communication while I was here. And I often say that I loved this experience so much that I decided not to leave. But in a very real way, the experience had such a huge impact on me that when the opportunity arose to stay and work for the tribal nation, the decision to say yes to that was very easy. So before I attended Miami University through the Heritage Program, I had actually grown up attending the Ewan Zapata summer youth programs in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So that picture up there, you may recognize Gretchen, my cousin, right next to me. That's us as youth at the camps, and then that's us at Gretchen's graduation from the Heritage Program in 2023. So as you can tell, the Myaamia Center has been a big part of our lives since we were little kids. The youth programs were a great introduction to language and culture, but for me personally, it felt like at times I was maybe pretending to be Myaamia or didn't quite understand what we were doing there. But that switch really flipped for me when I attended Miami University. I just found myself developing really meaningful connections with the people in my community, and slowly but surely, Myaamia culture was seeping into every single part of my life. All of a sudden, I was living with Myaamia people. I realized there's only been 2 years of my whole life that I haven't lived with at least one Myaamia person. I was speaking the language every day with those people, and I just had the tools to incorporate the culture into my everyday life thanks to the Heritage Program. So working here, I was actually on this panel as a student in 2022. So up here moderating it really feels like a full circle moment, but also just a huge honor to work with the center and watch future cohorts of Myaamia students find the same sense of belonging. So that feels like enough about me. Let's hear from our panelists. I'm just gonna have each of them start by introducing themselves, sharing their name, where they're from, their major or minor here at the university, and then what year they're in. So, you guys can take it away.
Ayacheke asanza mokwa nehe sanza wenzwaane, kikayonge minutiane. Hey everybody, my name is Savannah Strack. I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana. I am a double major in math and secondary mathematics education, and I'm a junior this year.
Ayacheke. Ayacheke, Pinjinza Nehe Sydney Wainswayane, Canfield, Ohio, A Minutiane. Hi everybody, my name is Sydney. I'm from Canfield, Ohio. I'm a senior here, and I am majoring in kinesiology with a minor in nutrition.
Aya, Mia Wainswiane, Cicero, Indiana, and Minutiane. Hi everyone, my name is Mia. I'm from Cicero, Indiana. I'm currently a senior and I will be graduating with a double major in computer science and entrepreneurship.
Aya, Kikananga Nehe Kai Wainswiane, Waha, and Minutiane. Hi y'all, I'm Kai, or Kikananga. I'm from Oxford, Ohio. I'm a microbiology and botany major. I'm a freshman.
Nayway. I actually forgot to mention before we get started, there's trail mix over at the Living Well table. So if you're feeling a little peckish here at the end of the day, please go grab some from them. So this next question is also for all of our panelists here, and I was just hoping they would tell us a little bit about why they decided to attend Miami University.
Like so many of us who go here, I had older relatives, mainly just older cousins, who came through the program and would come home during Thanksgiving and New Year's, and they would tell me all about their experiences here, and I just knew I wanted to be a part of that one day. And had it not been for, you know, Miami, that wouldn't have been possible. Obviously, the scholarship is nice, but had it not been for that, I probably would have attended a more local college to Fort Wayne. I am really glad, though, that I got to come here for that experience.
I had a very similar situation. So my older sister, Kaiten, she came here, and I was able to come and visit. The first time I was here, I think I was 13. So I've been coming here for a little while now, and I wanted to get the same experience that she got to have while she was in the program.
Unlike them, I have no relatives or siblings that went through the program. And I actually didn't even know that the Myaamia Heritage Award program was an option. When I was applying to colleges, I'm from Central Indiana, and I went to a super big high school with a really big graduating class. And so I knew lots of people that went to IU and Purdue, and I didn't really want to relive my high school experience in college. And then same thing with post-grad, like everyone moves to the same cities. So I was not really interested in that. So when I was looking for academics, I really liked Miami's campus size. And then when I was applying, and it was like, oh, do you have a tribal ID number? And I was like, oh, yeah, my mom has one of those. I'm pretty sure I have one too. And then Kara reached out to me and I learned about the program, and then you hear about the scholarship and just the opportunity to learn. It was really an exciting opportunity for me to gain all this knowledge and share it back with my family, who has been so disconnected from the community for so long.
So the two most practical reasons would have to be that Miami University is extremely close to where I live, as well as the financial support offered by the tribe is really phenomenal. But I think much bigger reason for me was that I grew up seeing other students in the heritage program. Sometimes I would like hide behind desks while Nusa was educating, or fall asleep under a table, and I got to see a lot. Got to see a lot of students go through the program and see what it did for them and the community that they got to experience while they were here. And so from a very young age, I really, really craved that same thing for myself.
Neiwe. So Kai and Sydney, I was hoping you two could share a little bit about the ways you interacted with the Myaamia community or your Myaamia identity prior to attending the university, and how that has affected your experience in the Heritage Award program.
So prior to this program, I attended a couple of the Ewan Zapata summer youth programs. So going with that, I didn't really understand the significance behind what I was learning at that point, being, 13, 14 years old. So coming here has been a really amazing opportunity to really get to grow in that learning.
So prior to the Heritage program, Nusa had me, my dad had me in Myaamiaki program since I think a middle school age, so I did that for quite a while. I just completed the program with Myaamiaki recently, as well as going to annual events, winter gathering, stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, Neiwe. So as I'm sure many of you can relate to, our expectations of how something may go can often shape our experience in the situation. And some of our students come into this program really not having much experience or knowledge about the Myaamia community at all. And then others come in with a lot of experience. So I was curious, Mia and Savannah, what did you expect to learn in the Myaamia heritage courses, and how has that been similar or different from what you expected?
I honestly didn't know what to expect when I walked in. I did know, I was hoping that I would attain obviously some sort of cultural knowledge, which I did, but enough to come home and share that with my family like my older cousins did for me. What I did not expect to find was the family that I found here on campus. and that community that I wouldn't trade anything for.
Same thing. I had zero clue what any topics I would be learning. I assumed I would learn some cultural significance of historical events, location, geographical things to this area, Kikaionge and Fort Wayne, and kind of like stories my grandpa had told me growing up as a kid. I had no idea the immense amount of knowledge that I would gain attending all three of the classes and community events. I think it was definitely way different than I expected, like the amount of knowledge that I have learned in various topics of like language, culture and history, ecology. Like now I walk to class, I'm like, oh, that's a new pawpaw tree. Like it's grown since the last time I walked this way to campus. Or my roommate's cars last year, we had a black walnut tree, and they're like, what are these things that keep falling on my car? And I'm like, let me tell you about them. So kind of like, I would never have thought that, or like walking around campus, and I'm also a tour guide on campus, so thinking about like the significance of the lands and being able to share that with other people who are thinking about coming to Miami. Like now it comes up, and I would say like topics multiple times a week of the information that I've learned and I get to share with other people. And I never would have thought that like I would like to talk about like what I've learned in my Myaamia classes more than, oh, I coded this in my computer science classes. Like I definitely thought that was gonna be my topic of interest and knowledge and sharing, but I find way more value in being able to connect with what I've learned in the heritage program and all of the topics, especially like talking about like government and what I've learned and how it's changed over the years, or language revitalization, like being able to share that you've learned that and you know some of the language and you understand like how words are being created, I think is definitely, I did not think that I was gonna learn that at all, which I love it.
Yeah, so now that we've heard a little bit about the heritage courses, we're going to switch gears to thinking a little bit more generally about how students experience the heritage program. So Kai and Sydney, I was hoping you two would share a little bit about how what you learn in the, that is supposed to say Myaamia heritage course, changed the way you experience your other coursework.
So obviously, every student at Miami has access to some kind of advising, either honors advising or just general advising. I think the big difference for me between what I would have had access to with or without the heritage program is the level of comfort and security I feel during like counseling with Kara. Because when it comes to CAS advising, for example, I'm not familiar with that person at all. The atmosphere is completely professional. I'm usually on a Zoom call. I'm not even in the same room with them. When I go to counseling at the Heritage Program, I'm in the Tribe Center, which is a space I'm very familiar with, and I'm talking to someone who I've known most of my life. So I'm very comfortable, and because of that, I'm able to be much more honest. And when you're honest with an advisor, you get, believe it or not, much better advice and response. So I think that's the big difference for me, is just like comfort and honesty.
Since being in the program, I found myself making more connections with what I'm learning in my K&H and nutrition courses to what I've been learning in the Myaamia Heritage course. So that's been a great opportunity to get to do that. I'm also going to be going into healthcare, and so I will be seeing a bunch of patients that come from a very diverse group or background. So being able to actually be immersed in that myself, I feel like has made me more aware of other people's situations and what they might be going through as well.
Anyway, so aside from required coursework in the Heritage Program, Myaamia students are also encouraged to attend cultural workshops, trips, and events throughout their time here at Miami University. Many of our students choose to serve as counselors for the Miami Tribe Summer Youth Programs, attend winter gathering or annual meeting in Miami, Oklahoma, and so many more opportunities. So I was going to ask Savannah to share a little bit about the impact of some of those activities she's experienced outside of the Heritage Program.
Yeah, so I went to my first winter gathering last year, and that was an amazing experience. I loved it so much. I went again this year. It was awesome. And then this year will be my 3rd year as a counselor for the Fort Wayne and Myaamiaki camps, and my 2nd year as an Oklahoma counselor for the camps. Working with Myaamia youth and just giving them, I found that spending my time with Myaamia youth and sharing that knowledge that I've attained at school has been a really enjoyable experience. Another thing that has been really cool is Pekatamenge. There were a few seniors last year who I considered to be older brothers to me, and they ran lacrosse every Sunday for tribe students. And now that they're graduated, I decided that I was gonna take that over. And it's been really great just to start building that community up again, being that older person for those lower classmen.
So last summer, a group of our students actually had the opportunity to participate in something called the Akamanza internship. You may have heard earlier that Akamanza means a young leader in our community. And that internship brought that group of Myaamia students to Washington, D.C. to share Myaamia language and culture at the Smithsonian Folklife Festival. And leading up to that experience, those students also received about 6 weeks of intensive language and cultural training, as well as served as counselors for both the summer youth programs in Miami, Oklahoma, and Fort Wayne, Indiana. And Sydney was one of our Akamanza interns, so I was hoping she would tell us a little bit about that experience.
The whole internship was just really unique. It was something that had never been done before, so being able to be a part of that was actually amazing. We were able to spend a couple of months just truly, immersed in the culture, and so besides, just having our regular courses and all of those types of things, it was the only thing that we were really focusing on, along with our peers. So that was really amazing. For the Smithsonian Folklife Festival, we were able to interact with the general public and really spread awareness about the Myaamia culture. So that was, an amazing thing to be a part of.
Newe. All right, so students and alumni of the Heritage Program often describe a formative experience that has shifted the way they view their Myaamia identity, or maybe just their identity overall. These are often things like connecting with other people in the tribal community, going to a specific event, finding a piece of culture that really matches their own skills or interests, and a variety of other things. So Mia, I was curious if you've had any experiences here that have shifted your perspective.
So I have 2.5. So it's actually picture behind me is at winter gathering. And I would say the first time I went to winter gathering was sophomore year. And this was my first time ever at a large community event with other nations and people from Indiana, Ohio, Oklahoma, all over. And I was definitely scared. I didn't go in with any close friends. I have no relatives in the program. So the first time going there was whoa, this is awesome, so cool. Eating Myaamia foods, doing huge community stomp dances, hearing the language and the presentations was super cool. And then the second time, I've gone 3 times, so the second time I went, and then people in the community from all over then remembering you and engaging with you, people that have gone through the program, people who are a part of work for the center or work for the tribe in Oklahoma. So I think people remembering you and the community aspect was definitely very formative. Okay, I feel like I belong. People remember me being here and engaging in other activities. And then the third one was the summer after my second winter gathering was when I worked Awan Zapata. I had never gone through the camps growing up. Or been exposed to the learning that you learned at the camps. So it was super cool to see little tiny kids using like Myaamia language and communicating so efficiently with the language. That was really cool because I had never had that experience, or it's becoming a lot more like normal in the community that that's how they're communicating with numbers and general, like, what's the term? Like language, like hi, bye, see you later, so good to see you, all in Myaamia Tawenge. So that was super cool. And then, yeah, I think just being a camp counselor. And then again, like you see the little kids at community events and they remember you, or people that you were like their counselor for. So those are definitely the most like formative events of like where I've learned and also like learned from other people being in the same space as them.
Newe. So another important aspect of the Myaamia Heritage Award is the holistic advising that students receive through the Myaamia Center. Our students meet with Kara Strauss at least once a semester to just check in about their academics, student life, and the adjustment to attending Miami University through the Heritage Program. So I was hoping Kai and Savannah could tell us a little bit about how that advising has impacted their experience here at the university.
The advising that I received at the Myaamia Center has made me feel really supported throughout my whole time here at Miami, I'd say. Honestly, any one of the Myaamia Center staff, I know I could come to with a question about my heritage or my culture, and they'll help me find the answer. Even if they themselves don't know the answer, they know someone who does. And they can point me in the right direction. So I would just say they have helped me throughout all 3 years here just to feel very supported in that.
So I believe I mistakenly answered this question on, I want to say, the third slide. So should I go back and answer that one?
Sure, what was that one?
It was the coursework one.
Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about how what you've been learning in the heritage courses affects your other coursework?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So I think it's really easy in college, at least it's been my experience, it's been easy in college to think of this place just to get a piece of paper that allows you to be employed somewhere cool or that pays well. The heritage course is a great reminder every week that college is about more than that. It's also about just becoming a better version of yourself, a more complete version of yourself. So every Tuesday when I go to the heritage class, it's a moment for me to look around and be like, oh yeah, I'm also building an identity for myself here and becoming a more knowledgeable and helpful part of the Myaamia community. And then so I can take that to my other classes and try and think about how they can impact me beyond career advancement.
Yeah, newe. All right, so for Sydney and Savannah, you two are two of our upperclassmen that are up here. So as our discussion here begins to wind down, I wanted to ask you to think a little bit about how your college experience may have been different if you didn't attend Miami University.
I think I personally would have felt very lost. Freshman year was hard for me in particular, which I feel is the case for most college students who are out on their own for the first time. Like, if I did go to a different college, my parents have said my entire life that I could make friends anywhere, which, yeah. But the friends and family that I found here in Tribe couldn't be replicated. It's them that shaped me into who I am today, so.
Coming to college, my main goal was to further my education and get my bachelor's degree and then move on to grad school, but I honestly could have done that anywhere. This type of experience only happens really here. There is not like another opportunity that I would have like taken over this. These 4 years have been amazing and have really shaped me. I've also gotten to do this whole thing with my sister, who is somewhere in this building, but not in here. Yeah, so just like getting to go through that with her and all of the other Myaamia students has just been like probably the best part of my college experience.
We're also a little bit ahead of schedule, which I feel like never happens at Myaamia events. So I wanted to see if Mia or Kai, if either of you had anything you wanted to share, add to that.
I think my college experience would have been completely different. My other two options were IU and Purdue. So Purdue is I'm computer science, so it'd be a lot of engineering. The campus is not very pretty. Sorry if anyone went there. IU is definitely a lot prettier, same vibe as Miami. But I just think, kind of like what Sansa said, I would have felt lost. Like there are so many students that go there to each of those schools. And I think it's really hard to like build community and find like true friends and people that will support you with that many students there, for me personally, especially like being in a classroom of like 400 people compared to like my classes are like 24 people. I think too, I definitely would not have liked that. I always know someone would support me. Like I have my academic advisor here. She's so nice and always has helped me, but it's really hard to connect with her besides like, here's 15 minutes. This is what you have to take the next 4 years. Good luck. Like it's very hard to like build a connection. But I think anytime you walk into a Myaamia space, whether that's like the student center, like in the student room or in the Myaamia center or classroom, or just like walking around campus, you feel like I automatically feel like welcomed and that like I belong here and I can talk to anyone. I think definitely there's like, it's very unique how I can go and connect with anyone no matter their age. And I think that's very different than like my department and like computer science. Like they're definitely willing to help you and they don't really share their knowledge as much as like you have to have an established relationship with them. But if I were to go ask anyone in the Myaamia Center a question, I know that they would welcome me with open arms. And if I was genuinely curious and had like questions that I needed answered, that they would help me or like help me find someone that could answer the question, whether it's about like family history or any topic my grandpa's ever told me that I thought were all fake stories, and then we learned them all in class. Like anything around there, I know someone would help me learn. So I think my experience would be completely different, and if I didn't have the support that I had at Miami University through the Heritage Award, I genuinely don't think I would have made it like through all 4 years of college.
That was kind of a perfect answer, but I'll try and add something. It's hard to imagine for me what college would have been like so far if I didn't go to Miami, because I was very set on going here from the get-go. But I would say if I went to a different college and I experienced a failure, which I hear sometimes happens, my immediate support structure would have been paper thin, maybe like non-existent. It takes a while to make good friends that you feel like you can share things with. And coming here, I immediately had that with multiple people who I knew already from the tribe, people I met in class who were immediately very amicable, very welcoming. And I think because of that, I felt very confident this first year that if I failed, if I made a mistake, I would always have people to rely on to get me back on my feet. I think at any other college, I would not have had that.
Yeah, Newe. So finally, for the last question I have planned for this session today, I was hoping that Mia and Savannah would tell us a little bit about how their view of their Myaamia identity has changed throughout their time in the Heritage Program and what has had the largest impact on that change. And again, I'll open that up to all of our panelists since we have the time.
So, like Stella kind of said at the beginning, I also walked into Miami knowing that I was Native, but sitting in class and not feeling Native enough. That's just where I was at. And throughout freshman year, it was the inclusion of just different workshops that we did and things like that, that I started to understand what it is to be Myaamia. And I had older upperclassmen who helped guide that along. So I'd say that the biggest impact in that is the community, for sure. Like, even just menial hangouts, playing cards, getting some food, that is, yeah. It wasn't too event focused or anything like that, but that's where the community was built for me, was within those hangouts and things like that. With most of them graduating, I've been trying to build that community as well with the lower classmen just a little bit, as much as I can. And yeah, I enjoy trying to build that community. Yeah, thank you.
My turn again. So like I've shared in my other answers, I never went to Ewan Zapata summer camps growing up. I'd only heard stories from my grandpa, gone to the powwow in Columbia City a couple of times in Indiana. And so I never really understood what it meant to be Myaamia. I think definitely that has been like a huge, or like felt comfortable sharing how I felt about it kind of thing. From the start of the Heritage Award, I didn't understand what it meant to be Myaamia, how you interact in the community, how like you learn and share, like knowledge is responsibility, and that it's important that you share what you learn. So I think my view of my Myaamia identity has definitely changed drastically since the Heritage Award, just like how I've learned all of the information, how I've learned how to share the information. My relationship with my grandpa has definitely grown the strongest it's ever been by me coming to school, learning all of it, and being able to go back and talk to him about it. And definitely something that like everyone knows that I'm Myaamia, and if you ask me questions, I'll do my best to answer on base what I've learned in the last 4 years. So I think definitely like just being more comfortable with like sharing my identity and what I think it means to be Myaamia, as well as like sharing with other people who are not close to me. So like people who are on like tours, like I tell them like the history of the lands and that I'm in a unique program that doesn't exist anywhere else in the United States. And a lot of people, they come for an informational tour, they want to hear like the student to teacher ratio. And I'm like, so let me tell you about the Myaamia Heritage Program and why I chose Miami. So I think like when I first was a tour guide, I wasn't really comfortable like sharing that because I didn't feel like I knew enough about what it means to be Myaamia. I think too, like a lot of my professors in the entrepreneurship department have worked, like a couple of them have worked with the Myaamia Center on campus, so they're very familiar and they know that I'm in that program. Whenever I speak in those classes, they're like, all right, share your major. And I'm like, oh, I'm a double major in computer science and entrepreneurship. And then they're like, what else? And I'm like, oh, I'm also a Myaamia student here on campus. So I think it's completely changed like how I view my identity and how I share, like based on the knowledge I've learned in the last 4 years.
So I think coming into the Heritage Program, I was in perhaps a more unique situation where my Myaamia identity was already very solidified because I was just raised with a lot of Myaamia culture. I was told winter stories at bedtime, played moccasin around the house, stuff like that. But I think what I have been shown in the Heritage Program is that you can have a lot of knowledge, and that doesn't make you necessarily a strong member of the community. I think what I've been shown is that it takes a lot more than that. It takes connectedness with other people, and that you can know a lot, but if you don't know anyone, that doesn't amount to much.
Yeah. So like I said before, I attended a couple of the summer youth programs when I was 13, 14 years old. But in doing so, I was there and I wanted to color and I wanted to play lacrosse, and that was basically it. So getting to come here and really progress in my Myaamia identity has been amazing, and it's something that just wouldn't have happened otherwise. And so, yeah, these past 4 years is just like an experience that you just wouldn't have anywhere else.
All right, well, Newe Cheke for sharing with us today, and I think I can speak for all of us when I say we're all extremely grateful for the existence of this program and for the work that goes into it by both the Miami tribe community and the Miami University community. I also want to thank all of you once again for sitting here and listening to us. If you want to learn more about the Myaamia Heritage Award Program, or you are a Myaamia person who's interested in enrolling in it, definitely come visit us at our table in the back and we can chat more about that. Newe.
Well, Missionewa students, you did an excellent job. You know, I really can't say anything better than what's been said here today. I feel very honored to serve this community, to be able to do the work we do with such a talented staff in the center. This effort exists because of our community. It's not about any one individual. It exists because of the support of tribal leaders. And it also exists because despite our histories and despite how much we've been wounded by that history, we're still unafraid to make friends. And so Miami University has been a dear friend of ours, and we continue to nurture that friendship. And it's all of those things that make this possible. So we don't have long drawn-out goodbyes, so I'm not going to do a long, drawn-out closing here. We do have a saying among ourselves that we have to grow our own, and I think you've probably seen lots of examples of that here today. If we hadn't made the investment in youth, and if we hadn't had the support of community and tribal leadership, we just simply wouldn't be sitting here doing what we're doing. But it's the difficult thing, and maybe the hard part, is when you make an investment like that, sometimes you have to wait 20 years to see the fruits of that labor. And so being patient is really, really hard. But for many of the tribes that are here for National Breath of Life, it's hard to see the outcomes of that investment. It may be years later, but rest assured that that investment into your youth and into that next generation is really, really important. I want to take a moment and thank all of you, our guests, for being here. We had a real mix of folks here, as we always do. I also want to thank the Miami University Alumni Association, who's been live streaming us for the entire time. That's a really gracious thing they're willing to do, come in on their Saturday and do that. All of the staff. You know, it's a funny thing. We spend literally a year planning for this event, and then it's all over in just one day. Myaamia Heritage students, I want to thank you. They're all required to work some aspect of the conference. It may be shuttling people from here to there or whatever it may be. And certainly for all of you to take time out of your Saturday to come and learn more about this unique relationship and the work that we're doing. So we are done a little bit early, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's plenty of tables and interactions to be had, so I would encourage you to stick around as long as you wish. Again, the artist tables are still available. All of our speakers are there. Feel free to take some time and chat with folks. Missionewa.